Councillors and members of the gallery, please note that we are about to commence recording this meeting. Councillors, I declare the meeting open and I actually welcome the gallery. The most of them will form part of a deputation in due course here from Menangi. I'll read the civic prayer. Almighty God, help us to duly and faithfully carry out our numerous duties to the best of our judgment and ability for the advancement of this district and the benefit of all whom we are here to serve. And the Coorong District Council acknowledges the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. Thank you. Apologies, we have none. Councillor Taylor will be a late arrival. Acknowledgements. Councillor Bland, the community would be aware that Peter Turner, a well-known Menangi identity, passed away on 7th July. Councillor Bland, you wish to sort of add a bit to this, please?
If you will bear with me for a couple
I can bear with you. Well, my coffee.
Peter John Turner. He was an icon in the community, in the Menangi and the wider district, I believe. He was 96 years of age when he passed on. He grew up on a small farm in the Inland Valley. He joined the war in the Second World War, and I have been corrected recently. He was a navigator, although the family tell me that it was because he went into the war with the intention of being a pilot, but they decided he was too bright for that, and therefore was a navigator in Mosquito aeroplane between Darwin and Menangi. He came to Menangi to do contract scrub ploughing in the Menangi East and the Field districts. He and his wife, he then had 4 children during that period of time. Peter loved Menangi and went on then to purchase a scrub block. This block is currently known as Green Plains and owned by the Cosman family and still running very well, I believe. Peter then established Bonnie Sales and Service, and the reason behind that is that when he was out of his scrub block, it was very difficult to access fuel and farm supplies, and so there was significance for doing that. As a part of the community, he was significantly involved in the establishment of Menangi Hospital, the RSL, Golf Club, Caravan Park, the Aero Club, Sailing Club, Tennis Club, and more recently, the museum. He was a bit of a joker, but we won't go into all of that for many exploits. He raised 4 children, 13 grandchildren, and 30 great-grandchildren. I think he did very well to leave a legacy. His main hobby was flying, also restoring old cars, tractors, boating, etc. And I do believe there is a story about gold sticks being up in trees. He was still flying at the age of 80 when he finally hung up his wings, although he then progressed eventually after losing his license, something which he was cross about, I'm sure, until the day he passed on. He then took up piloting his gopher. We should say he had one of many souped-up gophers. He was certainly well respected within the community, and it is very sad that he has passed on, but he has done his best for not only his family but for our community. And rest in peace, Peter.
Thank you, Councillor. I might just say at this stage that I've struggled to know whether we should have acknowledgements or what acknowledgement we should give to prominent community people or previous councillors. And in this time, if some stage, some version of a policy or understanding you probably need to enter into. But I thank you for that summation of Peter's life. Okay. Confirmation of minutes of the meeting on the 23rd of June 2020. So I move that way, please. Councillors Rountree and Qualman. Discussion around that. Councillors Rountree.
Yes. What would be the procedure to get more meaningful responses minuted? So where it says so-and-so provided a response, is there a particular way you could go about getting a bit more detail in that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can address that through our upcoming meeting procedure training, okay, and we can fine-tune that for you at that time.
So it doesn't need to be a motion or anything like that?
A response to a question, or if you want that the response to question limited, it's a motion.
Okay.
Anything else around the confirmation of minutes? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against, that's carried unanimously. Item 3, adjourned business. There is no adjourned business. Item 4, minute action list. Councillors, minute action list. Anything there you wish to, Councillor Roundtree?
3519, as the finance and infrastructure and assets meeting isn't going ahead on Tuesday, the 28th of July, can we still get the document so we can have a look at it?
Sorry, Councillor, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, so I understood the infrastructure and assets meeting and finance isn't going ahead on the 28th of July, or it is now?
No, it is. We just had one person, you would have got a cancellation and another meeting invite because the trick is one staff member had made the invite and she wasn't available, so we had to change it over. It's just a system thing that we did. So you would have got 2 emails for us from Georgia.
Okay, then that one can be scrapped. And then my second one was 2719. On point 2 in specific, it's about the Wadmore House. So it talks about if there are no expressions of interest from the community or local businesses, does the council have a plan B yet? Of if no one expressed an interest to lease it or to do something with it, does the project just sit, or is there a plan?
So that point will be picked up with the work we're currently doing around Wadmore House more broadly.
Okay.
That may be one of the solutions or recommendations at the end of the day, but we haven't done the preliminary work yet about what those 3 parts of Wadmore House, back to the discussion of last council meeting. There's a lot more work to be done there before we'll come to you with an actual proposal.
All right.
Mr. Mayor,
So,
21120 and 1120 and 11820. I don't think I've ever had so much feedback from the community about these 2. It's the civic prayer and the religious acknowledgement and saying, what the hell's it got to do with council? If council wants to look at this, they take it out to the community. And why haven't, and versus I said, sure, we've got more important things to do and worry about this. So if it has put here that it's going back in September, so it's not up to the council to make a decision. It should be up to if you're going to do that, it goes up to the
community consultation.
Community consultation.
So if we did have a report by September from Council may wish to push that back to community consultation at that point, Council. You're probably leaning that way, I believe.
Well, yeah, it's not me, it's the people that I represent. And I've never been, it's probably the most outspoken I've ever seen people on this.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I have no real issue with the consultation, but I think it was timely that it was reviewed in this whole process. And I'm sure if it went to a particular community area, Ralph area, we would have potentially some interesting comments come back about what should or should not be in particularly Indigenous culture.
So that's for a report in September. I'm on minute action list, councillors. There being no more, I'm
Sorry, the other one is 359. That has been brought up in the council workshop with the vision statement in relation to climate change. What right has the council got to do make a decision on behalf of the ratepayers in this particular instance? Once again, if you want to make a council statement on climate change, you should go to public consultation first.
maybe.
Councillor Arthur has responded last week to that. The councillors have a motion currently on the books that they want a workshop on climate change. And so that workshop has to occur and that's planned for next month. After that, depending on what the outcome of that workshop is, if there's a appetite by council to have a policy or a statement on climate change, that would, and you want that to go to community consultations, that's what we'll do. But we're not at that stage yet. We're at the stage of having the workshop in the first instance, which is what the motion was that you wanted us to do.
If we're going to have a workshop, through Mr. Nick, why not make a workshop open to the public so the public can come along and have their say at the workshop? Kill two birds with one stone.
I'll get myself tangled here about what's available to workshops and what's in the public arena. I'll have to leave my Queensland hat off for a minute. So if the workshop is first and foremost working through what the issues are, what the councillors think are the main things, what are the strong points that you will bring from your community input, and then we will develop that. So then after that, it can go to community consultation. So the community is not out of the process. If you want the briefing or the workshop to be in the public arena, then I'm more than happy to accommodate that. So there's a couple of ways you can do that. That's not in the motion, it's really just to say council conducts a workshop on climate change.
Yeah.
Happy, councillor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anything else, councillors? There being nothing, we move to item 5, questions with notice. Councillor Rountree, we have 2 questions there. Have they both been answered to your satisfaction?
To a degree, so I probably would like to move up some answers to these questions I'm about to ask are minuted so that they are recorded. So to better understand who was sitting where and who was doing what, I would really like to see that diagram more so than just a statement. So that org chart diagram that we had seen once before, I think would be there with the council. So that's all.
Last year.
So there's a current one up on the website on 12.
It's on the website now. Okay. I should download it. And the register of salaries, there's the one on the website, the current one, or the old one?
It will be 1920. We will check, I'm not sure.
Okay, because that probably needs to be updated and sent around. And the other third part of that question was, when staff are leaving, so we've had a couple leave, are we doing the full exit interviews with staff when they leave? So that procedure is definitely great.
Through we've actually refined the exit interview document so we can delve deeper,
Right.
rather than just the superficial.
I think that's useful. Yes.
Very useful.
Yeah.
The 3. So you mean the last 2 people who departed, one is retired,
Yep.
and the second one has gone for promotion, so we can't be done.
Okay, so that's great. So my next question about the speed limit change. In some of the research I did, I noticed that other councils actually have an opportunity and their communities have opportunities to consult with DIPTI about any changes to speed zones. And I heard the Adelaide Hills who did put all their speed zones, and it was a community consultation. So there is a view at the moment that maybe only a few residents were contacted or consulted with regards to this 80k speed limit. And I think that really needs some further investigation. I know you've marked down that it's going to be. Is it possible to put some timeframes around when that work will be done?
We've actually written to Deputy and we're expecting an answer any time, so we haven't received it within the next fortnight. We will check.
Okay, thank you.
I'm still on questions with notice. We were not consulted about the 80k speed limit change.
Yeah.
Very disappointing that a lot of people weren't. So, yeah, follow that. I'm on questions with notice. Is that all, councillor?
That's all.
That's a follow-up question.
About that, I've got councillor Coleman first. It's about the same subject though.
Council Dean.
What's it? Go ahead, councillor.
Just in relation to the current vacancies, I note that there's 2 infrastructure assets supporting that department, which is particularly a busy department and will be for the ensuing period of time. Just wondering how we're going about advertising for those and what that might.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We've already advertised and we're just, the administration officer is being appointed. Should be starting in the next week or 2. And the EA to David, there's final meetings with the consulting interviews next week. So they're being filled internally at the moment.
We advertised a couple of times for David's EA, and had no success. So we actually have gone to a recruitment agency to find somebody who could persuade them to find somebody.
Thank you.
Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On that second question, you might better help me out on this, but this is what I've heard here, so regarding that 80k installed was that the hay factory out there using more permanent vehicles, triples, whatever, whenever they're going to travel south, they're going to go north and then cross over the highway. And I think that was the reason behind them stating the 80k, but of course, we'll be waiting for their official report to confirm that, but that's what I heard.
I've heard there's other factors involved, but we just solidify in my mind the whole issue of Princess Highway from Granites Road out to that end of that 80k level probably needs a corridor review in terms of traffic accidents, certainly groups that, as you know, Councillor, are shortcutting without our great green road there being anymore. No, I don't know where the green road is now, but anyway. Any other councillors on that? No. No, thank you. Questions without notice, councillors? Councillor Lamb.
Okay.
I've called you first.
Thank you. Very gentlemen. Can I have confirmation from the appropriate staff who is responsible for the care and control of the conservation parks within our district, such as Boothby? I had some complaints recently about activity in Boothby Conservation Park, trees being pulled out, the need for more signage. It was being heavily used during the COVID period, the last few weekends. And I'm not too sure who actually has care and control of those conservation parks. It's not Ashton Park. So,
Let's do it. Unless my directors know the answer to that, we'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, Councillor Bland.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a quick question around aesthetic. Given that we cancelled it this morning, I'm assuming around COVID, but are we looking to arrange an alternative method to have that conversation?
Will you, Major Director, can answer that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are working with the setting at the moment. Hopefully, we're trying to organise something next Tuesday, but we will obviously inform everyone as to the time of the day.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll just ask Councillor Lee.
Three of you, you can.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Bluesby National Park, where's that? You're talking about Bluesby Rocks. There's no Bluesby National.
Boothby Conservation Park.
Which is Bluesby Rocks,
Bluesby Rocks.
which is under our care and control, correct? The same as Colin Rocks. Yeah, national.
If your questions, councillors, are around whether we have any control over somebody's conservation park,
Which, yeah,
we'll get a response in due course.
so we have.
So the question
No,
is about whose parks, who's responsible. Is the answer in the future, I suppose. Thank you. Is there nothing else, councillors, with questions without notice? Okay, we move on to petitions, which we have nil. So now we have deputation, and we have a deputation from the Menangie Skate Park Committee. I want to ask Joe, you're the ringleader of this show.
Yes, great.
I'd like you all to come up if you want. You're going to do it. Everyone's going to say something. So if you come over, we decided we'll come over this side in front of these two good officers, please. Because that will allow everyone on Zoom to see you. So in case they're watching, and we'll, in theory, allow 5 minutes, but I'm thinking it'd be fairly liberal to go at this, and then the councillors will have the opportunity to ask you some questions if they wish.
May I suggest they actually step forward?
It's right in front of Deb and David, please, because you'll get it. You'll be on Zoom better. Yeah, no. I've already asked them if we can block them out. It's gone.
Mr. Mayor, can we have hard copy of
Certainly can. Certainly can. Do that now would be great before they.
I'll do that. You want me to?
Well, there you go.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam CEO and councillors for having us today. We appreciate your time and your consideration for this project. So I'm Jo Williams, and with me I have an enthusiastic young student from the Menangie Area School. We have Thomas Pearson, Tom Pearson, Jason Woodley, Thomas Pearson and Jasmine Command. And apologies from Adam Sumner, who's going to be here today. We had a family emergency to attend to. So he sends his apologies. So I'm here today representing two committees. The first one being the MOPS committee, which is the Meningie Oval Playground Subcommittee, which is part of the Progress Committee of Meningie. And so that's the committee that's going to oversee the skate park. We're going to run that under the MOPS committee. And I'm also chair of the Meningie Combined Sports Ground Committee, which is the committee that oversees the precinct at the Meningie Sports Ground. And the Meningie Combined Sports Ground gives their full support to this project. I'd like to take this opportunity quickly to thank David for his support on this project. It's been excellent to have a figure or a go-to person in the council to bounce ideas off and work out what the next stage is on this project. So thank you, David, for your time on that. And as you heard from David, how do I change this one? As you heard from David last week, when he was running through his budget feasibility summary, you saw those 3 different budgets, and we're hoping to access within this next round of funding the bare minimum build of the 300,000 plus build. The reason we're looking at that size is because we really wanted to make sure that the area can utilise different styles of riders, so your skateboards and your skate and your scooters at the same time, and also different levels of riders at the same time as well. And we're also wanting to make sure that we can utilise the area with not only local riders, but also throughout the whole region and tourists that both stop in our town and visit it as well. And so the stage, the stage 2 of the build, we're planning to fundraise ourselves as a community and a committee. We believe this is important because it gives ownership and responsibility to the community and the youth of the town. And then we're also not relying 100% on funding from outside sources. So the stage 2, we see that we envision we'll have any additional landscaping that is required. We're hoping for a nice shaded area with seating, great to have a barbecue area and maybe a water point like is at the main street of Meningie. And we're really keen to get some artwork by Indigenous members of the community and also other local artists in town. And so the overall aim, we really envision a really family-friendly place that is a key point in the region for everyone to use, where families and the youth of town can go and spend time together in a safe and controlled environment. And as you'll see today, we have an enthusiastic committee forming to support David and the council in Meningie. We have the students from Meningie Area School, and they're supported by passionate parents and other community members as well. So some of you would have seen the presentation at Meningie, but we're just going to quickly run through the presentation that the kids put together on the main aspects of why it's important for the community in the region to have a skate park.
A lot of families will use a skate park for a stop, for a long road trip, or just have lunch. They can have their kids ride around a skate park and they can relax, or even make them lunch and keep the kids happy and busy. There are a couple of skate parks in Meningie, like Mowbridge and Kingston. There's a drive, those drives are long, but if there was a skate park in Meningie, all the people around and near us, and even us, could benefit from a Meningie skate park, as it would save driving an extra hour or more to ride at the skate park. It'll be even better to become a destination rather than a rest point, as Jasmine can cover this more in the tourism.
Tourism in Meningie and the Coorong is vital to some businesses surviving and to keep our town vibrant and interesting. Skate parks add to any town's attractions, particularly for young people. When we plan our holidays and all weekends visits, we always base them around where we can access skate parks. Did you know there's many apps where you can locate skate parks like all around. Skate parks will be more reasons for families to stop and maybe even spend some money in our town. The skate park will create opportunities for come and try days and workshops. A fantastic skate park will attract people to a holiday here in Menangie and our region. The skate park will also provide locations for day visits and places for families to catch up, like birthdays or other just catch up events. There are many places to stay in Menangie, such as the Caravan Park, the camping in the Currong National Park, or just bed and breakfast hotels. So stay and come to the skate park. And we will all promote the skate park on our own social media pages, and with the assistance of Joe and the Progress Association, we'll create a skate park page, and which can be linked to the Menangie website and council website. We will assist. This will assist the boosting of tourism. A skate park in Menangie will have a huge economic benefit to local businesses in Menangie and the growing region, because visitors will spend money at various businesses on their way through and when they stay here. With the right skate park and the right money, we will definitely see an increase in the region.
Right.
So the development of a Menangie skate park will bring a huge opportunity to local employment and contractors. Convic, like the people who are going to be helping us build a skate park, will hire local businesses within our current council region for the site works. Cementing and metal fabrication being a big contract, along with many other smaller contracts and opportunities for local businesses. There are several opportunities for ongoing employment throughout the training days and Indigenous or street art, as well as informative, interpretive, educational posters on skating and native flora. In the long term, having a skate park in Menangie will increase the support to local businesses with food and services. The skate park in Menangie will also see the rise of new and innovative businesses throughout the communities, such as skate shops and places to purchase skating and safety equipment.
Okay. Having a skate park in Menangie would largely impact the physical and mental health of our community by giving the youth a place to skate, scoot, and ride, as well as spend time with people, which will increase their overall self-esteem and well-being. When youth feel like they belong or connect to something or someone, like skating or having mates, their mental health and well-being has a positive impact on themselves and others. Skating is an inclusive sport for all abilities, without boundaries. And this will encourage kids to take risks and create strong resilience. Currently, there are no public spots safe for riding. We're currently riding on private property, car parks, and high traffic areas directly adjacent to the Princes Highway and other major roads like the Road. If we had a skate park, our parents would know where we were and whether or not we were riding safely. We currently are being told to move on by local businesses, owners, and authorities. Riders are given the stereotype of, being a pest and troublemakers, with just trying to have fun. Luckily, our local police know who we are, but as young people, it's not too fun getting caught up by the police, getting told to move on from just skating and stuff. So.
And on that note, in your handouts, you'll see that there's letters of support, and one of them includes the police at Menangie, and there's also the Progress Association and the Raucan Youth. Raucan Youth Committee, part of the council. So those of you who came out and met us, you know the proposed site is. It's at the combined sports ground, which, for those of you that know what the playground is, we're hoping to put it adjacent there, so that's where we can build a family-friendly environment with the seating in between the playground and the skate park. So as I said before, the Meningie Combined Sports Ground is the overarching committee over this sports ground, and so that's already, the area is already zoned for sport and rec, yeah, they give their full support for this. And as most of you are aware, the site already has the amenities there, which are well used when people are at the playground already, and there's also the dog park, so it makes it a nice hub with all of those, all that infrastructure in one place.
We'd just like to say thank you to all of you for listening to our presentation and sitting down and listening. We hope you will take into consideration what we said. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Very confident presentation. Got some councillors here. Councillors, questions? Sorry, Councillor Taylor.
How many users do you think that you have?
Well, most of the youth of Meningie are getting into skating and riding scooters and BMX, as well as mountain bikes and stuff. But so we'd have we'd have a fair few kids using it, and as well as people coming in from the caravan park, because right now we've got footy goals and stuff there. But having a skate park, like people would come directly across from the caravan park, and we get a fair few users. And
also, I don't know if any of you have been to Manham on a netball football day, but the skate park is, we don't go there without taking our scooters to Manham. So on the sporting days, it would obviously have a lot of use, and anyone just has to see the traffic that goes through Meningie, which seems like a lot longer than just weekends now. It seems to be busy during the week all year round now, and families are always looking for that place to stop, have their lunch. Kids can have a scooter. And for the region, there's not one in our area as yet, so it would bring people from Tintin, Canalpin, Tailem Bend, all to that area who get a lot of use.
Sorry, Matt, through you, Matt. I don't know too much about associations in Australia for skate parks. What sort of arrangements are there in place for things like insurance, or where does insurance fall? Do you have any idea of that?
I'm going to refer that question to the CEO.
So,
Very short answer.
It's a council asset, so it will be insured with other assets similar to whatever else we own, so it's council asset. And that is part of how we do business.
Councillor Yench, you'll see.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're looking at around the minimum construction, potentially around 300,000. You're not looking at a smaller file thing that would be added to. The minimum, basically, if we're looking here, the 300, you're able to add on to that in a productive way. That's the amount really.
Yeah, because the lower, I think you would have seen David's presentation last week.
Yes.
The first one, it's very small and doesn't allow for the multi-species.
You want to add value add as you're able to raise funds, etc. Basically.
Value add to the site.
To the site.
Yes. So it'll be shade, barbecue area, seating. Yeah.
So we're looking really at the feast itself.
Correct.
To get it right first.
Yeah, because it is difficult to, well, I think Convic had the conversation with David as well. It's difficult to, you know, you can.
Yeah, once that built, you can't add.
Yeah, I'm down with the same
animal.
terminology. A bowl here and what's another term? A ramp there. Yeah, so yes, correct. Looking for the big build, and then we'll value add around it.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Councillor Roundtree.
Have you looked at any other grants going to combine them with these sorts of grants?
Yes, so we, part of the committee, we have a very valuable member, Emma Swan, who is always on the hunt for grants. So yeah, we would, depending on what the council came back with, we would certainly look at evaluating that with grants that we can become available through Sport and Rec or any of those type of grants that come out. Because we completely understand that there's limited money, many projects. So yeah, anything that can help.
Hang on a second. Emma, you want to add to that? You're behind you in the back.
Yeah, obviously, if we were to look at that, because it is going to end up being council asset, we'll probably be working with council very closely. I also obviously sit on the Progress Association as well as working with the kids at school. So I am passionate for them. Like, they've been knocking on the door for a while now, and they're probably not going to give up. But yeah, so I do want it to come off for them, and I do want to probably, you know, it'd be really nice to see council get it right, rather than something go in and then have the region, like council region, go, oh, look what they've done, like it hasn't, it's not right again. They've done another project that's all right. So I want it, if it goes ahead, I want it to be, yeah, like, you know, something that everyone's proud of in our council district.
Yeah. Yes, Councillor Angie.
With the grant aspect, is it important to have a physical thing down for the commitment from council to get to say that, you know, that we're looking at the best possible scenario for $300,000 unit? If there's a guarantee of getting that, it further strengthens your opportunity to evaluate grants. But if we downsize, it will slow that process down, I presume.
Yeah, and
It's all about credibility.
yeah, and it may also be like the reduction in what you can apply for, because if you're going to dollar grants, you're reducing it as well, but also like slowing the time down. So and delaying the project. Yeah.
Councillor Roundtree.
Is there a minimum amount you need to get started? Have you looked at the different stages? And I know you were saying before it's hard to tack things on, but have you gone, if we can get X many dollars, we can look to match it, we can start, or you just need the whole lot straight up?
Now, did you want to comment on that, David, or don't necessarily?
The only thing I'd say in building a project like this, in the discussions with Convict, typically, as I presented last week, you're looking at either 200,000, 300,000 or 500,000. A $200,000 project will give you a very simple skate park, which will only accommodate a small group of people. Your $300,000 project, that'll give you more of a product that's going to accommodate skaters, BMXers, a wider range of use groups. So you're not going to be looking at spending anything less than those dollars to capture that use group. So,
we're very happy to do the $500,000 skate park. I think council felt so obliged.
You can't set out to build a $300,000 product starting out with 200,000 and then add to it.
But I guess that's the point of us doing stage 2 as a community and as the committee is not wasting the money. We want whatever we can get from grants or from the council, we want all of that to go into the main build, and then as well as giving the kids and the community ownership over that site, but it also then allows us to not use the money that we might get from council grants on landscaping and seating when we can do that ourselves. Yeah.
The only other comparison I'll make is the playground. With a playground, you can build a $100,000 playground, then come along with another $20,000 component adjacent to it next year, and then so on and so on. But typically, given that you're a one-piece concrete construction facility, you're pretty much starting out with what you're wanting to achieve. Otherwise, then you're coming back and you're building a completely separate unit, 20 metres down from that one there. So.
And I am conscious of making it in the area next to the playground that has been marked out, rather than having a piece here and a piece there. Everyone loves the parking availability at Menindee come finals time, so we don't want to encroach too much on that land as well, doing different phases of build.
Emma.
I don't know what to say,
Well, you're part of deputation, so you just use your chicken head in the back doesn't mean you do it.
the other thing, probably the difference between the smaller one of the 200,000 and the bigger one, like Cohen skates a lot in region competitions and things like that. So for the park at Menindee to host something like that, the smaller one probably isn't even feasible to do something like that. The 300,000 would be attracting those comp type, and, you know, external higher level riders as well. So, I guess that's the other benefit of the mid to high range ones as well.
And having a larger size park, as you said, with skate competitions and stuff, that brings a lot of people in, not only from that community, but from other places. Like I come from Meningie, go to Murray Bridge, but at Murray Bridge, there were people from like Strat and further towards Adelaide. People from Adelaide came down for that competition in Murray Bridge. So it attracts a lot of people, like skate competitions. And we've got a few local skate shops and stuff. They may, I'm not sure, but they may want to help us out with prizes and stuff if we were to hold a skate comp. So that wouldn't have to be all of our own. But yeah, it'd be a lot better to have a larger one, then we can put more money back into the community.
Joe, with the, we talk about skating mostly, but with the scooter and potentially BMX, what opportunities do you see then around again our region or further afield?
Opportunities to
for children to utilise that as for BMX and or scooter or just
I don't know.
tourism definitely. I understand.
Yeah, well, I mean, every child above the age of 18 months is on a scooter these days, and can be probably a bit frustrating for the older skaters amongst us. But every child is on a scooter, so
yeah.
And making sure we have that scooter element in the build is really important to make sure it's can be used, as we said, for different types, but also the different experience levels as well. And then we've spoken very high level with David about moving the BMX track from its current position. I don't know if you know where it is on the left-hand side as you come in the gate, in the gate, but that has issues for the council with weed management and just the general management of the site. And so if you have the larger facility, the BMXs can obviously use the facility as well, and we can incorporate that into the design, which saves a bit of council maintenance there on the current site.
Councillor Hill, somewhere there. Yes.
Not so much a question, but it's a comment and observation. This morning I had to race down the main street to get some milk. And I did notice there were a number of students skating and scootering to school. And secondly, I did come across a couple of young lads with their portable road from the sidewalk down to a road. And yeah, I am concerned that they are putting themselves at risk by not somewhere that can safely do their not only pastime but obviously competition and stuff as well. So that's, you know, I think I would love to see that we have some facility that people can safely use.
Well, the busiest place in Meningie now is at 8:30 or 25 past 8 on the new footpath coming into the school, with all the kids on their scooters and bikes.
Okay, councillor, have we got any more questions? With that, thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation. So we will bring ourselves to a decision around that and many other projects probably in about 20 minutes, I believe. You're free to stay or free to come back then or whatever.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, councillors, and thank you for the deputation. Other questions on? Have we got any questions that have been lodged with us? I have no members of the public wishing to ask a question. So, reports by my members, councillors, my report is there. We have an opening of is that confirmed, of the Dixon Reserve Wharfing Wharf or whatever it is, confirmed for a day. Fixed and floating, one or the other. Fixed floating pontoon on a date. Wharf, is that right? Yes. Invitation only.
No, invitation to.
Oh, my God. And on the 10th, Marylands and Riverland LGA met just the mayors at Karoonda. Peter Hunt was re-elected president of our association going forward. Yeah. Any other questions on my report? Councillor Coleman?
There, meeting on the 28th, Riverbank slumping meeting with Rules Murray, which we enlightened you a bit about how we're travelling down here with our banks. Now we're
Yes and no. So what this has been, I suppose, led by Murray Bridge, and there'll be a meeting with the minister very soon, in which I think the CEO will probably attend. I think we'll attend by Zoom. We're just working that out now. In effect, riverbank slumping hasn't gone away. It's just that water levels have come up, and it's trying to deal with who is responsible for the riverbank. And the project shows us that everyone in the state is responsible, but no one to take responsibility for the banks. So it's about meeting with the minister to just start that process of sorting that out in a sense of, particularly the other two councils, Mid Murray and us, they have got areas of riverbank slumping that they don't know the public at all. I'm unaware in this council we do. Where?
Riverbank slumping with some near Wellington.
there's some at Hector Road. Fence line.
So there you go. So just probably the initiation of the Royal City Murray Bridge, it is about trying to get to getting ready for the next event, be it a high water or a low water. Basically, we're going to hope for high water events, of course. Anything else around my report?
I want to make the comment, Mr. Mayor, that is, it's a very expensive exercise to remediate, and we definitely need some support funding around that when we're having these discussions.
Yes, it's very clear that it's beyond local government's capacity, and the question is whose land and who's responsible. It's very wide open to a decision, or it's just one of those ones that's too hard for everyone, basically. So that's the purpose of the start of the process.
And I think the conversation with the land was more about, not about remediation, because as you mentioned, you would need very, very deep pockets to do that. It's about the management of the issue and understanding the modelling of when the water drops below a certain limit, what the impact on and where the risk areas, and then it drops any further. So it's a bit like flooding in reverse in my book, understanding the issue when there is natural events that are really outside of our control. How do you manage them at that particular point in time in that event?
Councillor Yench.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The previous council, riverbank slumping was a significant issue. We treated it very seriously, which is why we had areas fenced off. And it's basically, simplest term, it is the undercutting and flexing of what is there with willows and roots. The risk we run is becoming complacent and pulling the fence out and thinking that it's safe. It may be for a number of years, but eventually it will go. And we did have some out towards spread the land and disappear into the water. It was areas that did go. Murray Bridge, I believe someone could remember there were vehicles lost when the bank went in, and they never got them out. They couldn't find them. So if you're there and you go down, the likelihood of you coming up very soon. So we err on the side of caution. We keep the fence and people stay off.
Thank you. Councillors would note that I've been interviewed quite by most media outlets around GM crops, which is going to be the next item on our agenda. And there's people want to interview me tonight around what we may decide today. Okay, Councillor Roundtree, anything you want to add to your report? No questions? Thank you. Notice of motion. We have no notices of motion. Motion without notice, councillors.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, when I mentioned before about having more detail in the minutes, and I wasn't quite sure, actually, I've missed the answer from you, Deb, about whether I needed to make a motion to have that happen or not.
To have the answer.
Yeah, so when you
yes.
But is that at each time, or at this particular point in time, I can make a motion to have it in future, more detail?
Each time.
Each time, right, sorry.
Are there any motions without notice besides that? Being none, we move on to item 10. Office of the Chief Executive Officer's report. Number 1 is the results of the Coorong District Council genetic modification area consultation. I might just Tracy to this note that in effect 7 of the 9 councillors in this council have declared uninterested or perceived or actual, and the Minister of Local Government has granted us an exemption to be in this room to make a decision if we wish. So we've been granted that last Friday, thankfully, so we can discuss this. I have got a recommendation there. Is Councillor Roundtree, are you moving the recommendation?
I'd like to adjust the words of that motion and before we start debating.
You've got the floor, so you can adjust the words of that if you wish.
I think if we go ahead and we support this motion, that it probably just needs a little bit more detail to make it clearer. So what I was proposing is that after the word "that," we add in, based on the responses received from residents and ratepayers in the Coorong District Council, of which the majority, 60.61%, were in favour of having access to GM crops. So that we, and I'll give that to you in a second, actually, but so that we actually explain why we're going ahead with that. So I think it lacks detail. If that's the only part that ends up in future documents, it needed context behind it.
You got that in some form for actually right now, so we're very clear. I want to make sure we're very clear on this and whether we've got any other issues around this. And you will be moving that way, Councillor. Back in your chair.
Yes.
Anyone wants to sort of give just a brief while we're just doing that? An overview of it. Bridget, do you want to give an overview or?
Yes.
Yeah, just while we're just getting that printed up, please.
So remember we had the briefing and Tracy took us through what the process was and the steps that needed to be undertaken, and the very firm view of the government that the only way we could mount a case was on the pure economics of the business of the argument. So we set out to, first of all, survey the community who were directly related to this particular topic, which is the primary producers, your people in the food industry who are connected to primary producers. And so we sent out about 1,000, I think, electronic emails. We sent about 20 written to people we knew would be interested. And then through our other mediums, such as social media and in our In Touch, we think we touched about another 5,000. Would that be right, Tracy? So overall, so we had an incredible reach into the community around the particular survey. The survey, as Councillor Roundtree alluded to, came back overwhelmingly that 60% of residents were quite happy for the GM moratorium to be lifted. And there was, I think, 42% or thereabouts who said they wouldn't achieve any economic benefit from not having from moving to GM crops. So whichever way we looked at it, the community was saying to us that GM crops are fine by us. We understand that there are some niche groups within the district, which is similar to other districts across Australia, where GM crops is not what they want in their backyard. But because we are so limited in what we can mount a argument around for the state government, it makes us really focus in on what are the economics of this issue, not the philosophies that some people brought to the table in terms of their responses if you read them, not about the quality of the food. It's really about the economics, and that the people in this industry could demonstrate that they would either be failing to get an economic advantage or it would be a detriment to their business economically. So based on that, our recommendation is, as you see it, is that we have no, I don't think, any other area to move in, but to recommend that we don't proceed any further based on the outcomes of that survey.
Councillor, are you happy with that as it reads now?
I am, but I'd still like to continue debating the topic.
Useful.
But I will
I need to get a second.
Yes.
Seconded, Councillor Roundtree, you've got time to speak to your motion.
I will reserve that.
Okay. Councillor Hill.
I thank Councillor Roundtree for that amendment, because I do think we have to be clear that we have to go, well, we may have to go with the majority of the council area. I just hope that if we do proceed to vote that motion, that we that people do not end up regretting a short-term gain, perhaps for long-term pain. I do have a problem with the big Monsanto type organisations of this world having a stranglehold on the growing of food in our state, and how that has been played out in places like the US, where there are many farmers now who regret going down the GM path. We were constrained by the criteria that the minister set out as to what we could consider, and it was basically economics and trade, which didn't give us a lot of scope for bringing in other arguments for or against it. So as reluctant as I am at what I call the Frankenstein management of the future cropping, and maybe even livestock in the future, where they splice in genes from other different species to create super species. I think we have to go with the majority, and I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taylor and Councillor Bland.
It's a very emotive subject. I would say that once we've gone down the GM route, there is no undoing of it. And if you change your mind, as Councillor Miller said, change your mind later on, goodbye. So I have listened and done a lot of research on this in recent weeks, and I like certainly the Kangaroo Island approach, which is that they're going to create potentially generate more income being GM free than had they just piled in with everybody else on the planet and just joined in the GM populace. So there was one comment in here, I believe, from someone who did say that they felt that there'd be a unique position if the district remained GM free financially, and that there'd be a premium for them, and certainly if they were able to market themselves as completely GM free. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, this one. It really is. It's a very difficult decision to make for myself, certainly in honey production and with bees. I sympathise with those beekeepers and producers that are in here. I really do. This isn't necessarily about me, and I can look at the figures. I would have liked to have seen a stronger percentage coming out in favour, more often than 75% rather than 60 is a majority. However, it's a very short majority, and but it's not effectively, it's not down to me. But I would be supporting the motion, although I have some deep reservations.
Thank you, Councillor. I just might add that recipients this is the people who responded to the survey or didn't respond perhaps, were advised that by not completing the survey, the assumption would be made that they were not adverse to lifting the GM. That was in the survey online. Councillor Bland. Councillor Lang.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with Councillor Hill and Councillor Taylor on the majority of their points. I am extremely disappointed as state government in the fact that this was handed to us to make a decision on a council-wide area across South Australia. I think it's a particularly hard decision when you're working with populations that vary in the primary industry sector, such as some of the niche markets around honey, however you might like to see it. And certainly Kangaroo Island, this one does, will have that niche market. I have some great concerns in the future about what does happen, GM, what happens to the legacy that we are going to be leaving in the future with our land and our cropping, and also the stranglehold that Councillor Hill referred to around our ability to make other decisions. Now, I'm not a scientist, so I'm not going to be able to argue any case, but I also want to be out to those who will be affected by this today. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Ling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to agree with Councillor Taylor's comments in regard to the 60% majority. I have not spoken to one prime producer or someone reliant on prime production in our district that has been in favour of this. What I have heard strongly is that it all came about at the wrong time for the season. We had lockdown with COVID. We lost the Murray Valley Standard newspaper. We lost the Lakeland newspaper as contacting people. And it came at seeding time. There are a lot of farmers out there in the field just didn't have the time or the ability to sit down at a computer and play games, even though it meant their livelihood. And I spoke to them about that. But I, in all conscience, will not be voting for this motion.
Okay. Councillor Yench, and I'm well aware that Councillor Arthur is the second that hasn't spoken before you. We will get second motion, so it's second last.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think a lot of things have been stated by councillors in this room. The percentage is not terribly high. I don't believe it is in the best interest of our rural community to be going to GM. I don't believe it because economically, I think it ties our rural communities to the corporate body who will be responsible and owning all the product. As a consequence, within a decade, people are going to be wanting to know who to blame. I am exceptionally disappointed in our state government for sticking this on local government and this council, because I believe they've failed in doing their job like RC. We are holding a poison chalice. No, there's no ifs and buts about it. As a consequence, they can't lose, but we will. Whilst I agree that it is largely a fait accompli, I will not be voting in favour of this council going down this path. And I urge the councillors that are potentially able to vote against it to do so, because the niche marketing aspect of Kangaroo Lime is going to be exceptional. And I think that we as a regional council in our own right, have an opportunity to set this district up. I do not believe in any circumstances this is a financial benefit to us in the medium to long term, and it will be pure greed.
Councillor Coleman, thank you.
Last one left.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been listening with great interest in the input and helping me try to make a decision, which is like a double-edged sword. Councillor Taylor makes a very good point. We're locked in good. Councillor Ling made a very good point regarding the restrictions or the inefficiency of getting the information out. And it's only just it's not a great majority, so I'm agreed to Councillor Yench. I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Arthur, do you wish to exercise your right to speak?
Yeah, I'll just say I haven't had one person down your way that's spoken against it. I've probably talked to 40 or 50 of the local residents. I've gone out of my way to make it. In fact, I'm quite excited about it, because it may mean that GM Plus, which is grown in America, will become available in Australia. I went to a conference 5 years ago, Tracy. Lucent Australia had, and they had representatives from America over, anti-GM
So, Councillor Talia next. So, just to the executive here, if this motion failed, our position is
that we would move to the next stage of consultation and developing a business case based on the economics of the issue to present to the investor. So Mayor, through you.
So I'm just trying to deduce what you said, sorry.
So we would need to then drill down into those survey results a little more, because we'll then have to do some fairly extensive individual consultation with the various businesses across the district to understand the economics of why they think remaining GM-free would be of economic advantage to them. Because remembering, we can only mount the case based on the economics to the region. So we would have to understand why remaining GM-free would be economically advantageous to the district, and then to develop that business case to get to the Minister by the end of September. So that's quite an intensive workload.
My view is that we need another motion to do that, because if this motion fails, it means nothing. It means we don't do anything.
Yes, we need direction from council.
We would then need direction from council if you wish to go down a path of further consultation. That's the way I would read even this motion as it reads. I've got Councillor Taylor with hopefully a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is 42% responding yes to the question, would your business have a financial advantage if the Coorong district was open to GM crops, which doesn't reflect on what Councillor Arthur said. So that's only 42% see a financial advantage in being open to it. My question is,
the double on question.
How often will we revisit this issue if we do not go GM at this meeting? So, because we may sit back for a few years and see what happens to other districts and see if there is actually any kind of financial, if it's financially poor decision or a financially beneficial.
So this is the decision has to be made around economics. This decision once made is not a review period. This is it. The Minister retains the right, regardless of what we say, as well with this chamber, we will record how we vote, to do what he sees fit. I would imagine he will be considering our adjoining neighbours, what their view is, and we wouldn't necessarily be left like Kangaroo Island as an island. But this, the way I would read it, if this motion was to fail, so there now, I would need another motion for us to continue with the public consultation policy. Otherwise, we wouldn't advise the Minister of anything, because we're not obliged to advise the Minister of anything, believe it or not.
So I reserve my right to change my mind. And I will be voting against.
You're going to
I
close the
have
debate, or you got a question?
I have a question for you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Arthur mentioned that he hadn't heard from anyone in the south, in our area, that had spoken against it. Had you spoken to the honey producers?
Yes,
And they're okay?
most definitely. In fact, the honey producers at the present moment will be getting ready to go into an area which grows GM crops and has for many, many years. And as a point of interest, Timpanogga is the area with the most registered beehives in South Australia, with about 40% of the beehives in South Australia registered in Timpanogga. And as a matter of interest, it's a bit of a problem at the present moment because they have to take them into Victoria for promulgation of almonds very soon, and at this stage they can't get through the border. So it will be very interesting scenario.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might just correct something in that statement from Councillor Arthur, that while I don't dispute percentage of acres in this area, there are a large percentage also in the lakes area as well. And some of those who object to GM and have contacted us.
I'm cognizant I'm just sorry, I'm just going to see if Councillor Rowney has a further question.
One more question. Do we know what the neighbouring councils have decided yet? Because I imagine, how do we, if we were free from GM in this district and both our neighbouring councils were, how are we going to remain GM free with cross-contamination? Do we know what they're doing?
To you, Mayor. My understanding is that even if we were to remain GM free, the legislation as written, and Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong, is that transport can still come through our area. So it's not like the current arrangement where I think transport has to go around South Australia. That with the lifting of the GM moratorium, that has changed. So even if we were to remain GM free, transport through the area would be allowed. My understanding is that Tatiara hasn't gone down the consultation route at all. So they're not presenting a case, so they will just go with the state. Mid-Maui has just had their council meeting now, similar to what we had in June, which is say, let's go to the community for the consultation in that preliminary survey position. So they've just started the process. I'm not aware of what the other councils have done, but who you may, Tracy, you may be aware.
No, Copper Coast is the only one that I've heard of, which is the same as Tatiara, and they've chosen not to proceed with community consultation.
Councillor Bland, you've got a question.
I do have a question.
And Councillor Jens.
And that is around if we were GM, if we wish to go down the GM free area, I would like to see the question put back to the state before we make really any firm decision about their input into the economics of being a GM free area. They obviously thought that KI being a GM free area would provide economic support to the Kangaroo Island area. Why is it that there's not two areas in South Australia that puts it? I'm not saying it has to be this area, but why have they looked at another area that would be suitable to do the same thing as a niche market? Upper end. Why have we not considered that option?
I'll just make a comment on that.
You're answering her question.
Kangaroo Island have got a very good niche market, which was brought about by Duncan McGillivray when he started a business called KI Pure.
The question,
yeah,
and I suppose I'm allowing the answer because it's an answer to a question which I can't answer. Preferable to answer questions if we know the answer.
My question is, why do we not have
Why do we
discussion
not?
with the state government about looking at an alternative niche market on the mainland?
One of the beauties of niche markets, Councillor, is that people don't want you to be in the market. Councillor Jens.
Thank you. Councillor Arthur's comment in regards to all aspects as well. I'm speaking with people who are the cotton is growing and it's GM cotton.
where there was what you would call feral cotton growing on roadsides, they had problems in poisoning it and getting rid of it because it's basically glyphosate tolerant.
You have a problem with ryegrass?
Not anymore.
So councillor, we
Don't grow anything.
we need to probably confine ourselves to the economic debate, so not physical debate. I'm sorry, we're starting to move. I'm going to allow councillor Hill and then I am going to say something.
Questions for the
Yeah.
CEO. According to the flow chart, if we do not pass this today, then we are going to a full-blown consultation, is that correct?
It's much more intense, yes.
Okay, well, I reserve it. So change my mind.
Sorry, I probably disagree with the CEO on this one. I think we have to have an motion.
Oh, sorry, yes.
I'm sorry if
Sorry.
I want to be really clear on that. This is simply, if this failed, it means nothing in particular, funny enough. Are you going to close debate, Councillor Roundtree? Okay. So say no. I'm going to speak. So, I'm probably the one that grows a canola. And I have a lot of trouble growing it because it's hard to make it grow. There's a lot of ways to kill canola, I can guarantee you. I'm pretty good at it. In terms of the economics, I acknowledge that some people in any agricultural industry may feel they may lose some value of their product if you're a GM state. One of the values of niche marketing is you do create a niche, and at the moment the state imposes that particular part of your value of your niche on you. I don't think that people in the other states of the Commonwealth have lost that ability to niche market, given that none of the rest of the mainland states have got GM cropping available to them. This survey is a reasonable survey. I note that if you did not respond, you effectively, I've had people say to me, I didn't respond because I think I'm neutral about the position. I'm happy for it to go forward with the Minister, with be happy not to make a submission. While I'm obviously signalling that it's 60% in favour, I'm going to have a little bit of trouble with they're not going with what's in favour of a survey which was done with the best of intentions and the best of perhaps of anyone perhaps in this region so far. So it's going to be difficult then to answer the question, well, why I didn't vote in favour if 60% were in favour, if it wasn't to be my personal view, which is not, because I've been granted that exemption by the Minister. I note that this state, and it's not necessarily canola we're debating, is the only state that does not allow GM crops of any form. We've got some of the smartest people in Adelaide at the Wade Institute that can breed crops, but they can't breed crops with an enhanced ability to increase yields or increase resistance to bugs or whatever, because the state chooses to not allow it. I don't anticipate, as a broadacre farmer, that myself or many of my colleagues will rush into any GM crops. Several of our buyers won't accept it. At the moment, the standard for receival of least grains that allows an advantageous amount of a GM in a non-GM. There's a tolerance like anything, and I think that accounts for any of the claims that I will be contaminated with it. I'll leave it there. Councillor Roundtree, you will close the
I think this is one of the hardest motions that I have moved, because where my heart sits and where the logic sits are quite close to each other. In my mind, what GM can offer the farmers, and for instance, rice in some countries has been modified to have higher vitamin A, which has decreased childhood blindness. Great initiative. Where I see issues are when private companies can fund science to support their view. That's when we have a problem. I think if GM itself, and I don't know whether this is an economic argument back to the state government. But if GM crops was scientifically evaluated by governments and not private companies, would be interesting information that would help form the view of an economic outlook, because you really cannot trust something that tells you it's great if you're the person selling it. You've really got to get that independent. It's why we like reviews on anything we buy, it's independent. And I think that's where the GM debate falls short, is that the information we're relying on to make these decisions isn't independent. And I think that will always be an issue. But I do see the benefit of genetically modifying things to make them better. Is a great thing. As far as the economic argument, I don't think we know what the long-term issue will be. We have a situation where a farmer has to buy the GM seed from 5 specific companies, and then what they don't use that year, they have to return. They can't use their own seed, they can't clean their own seed, they can't plant their own seed. I think that's problematic. I think Councillor Lang made a good point when he said the timing, and maybe if they hadn't have landed right in the middle of seeding time for everybody, there might have been more people getting involved. It may have pushed the number higher, who knows. If those farmers were able to answer, they might have done a different thing. Tony Payson today talked about this region's ability to produce food and it being one of the key drivers in the future for our ability to remain sustainable. And I think the decision we make today could harm or hinder that. And I personally don't feel like we have enough information about the long-term economic impacts. The short-terms, I think the researchers are very quick to tell you the short-term gains in taking this opportunity. But I don't think there's enough long-term information that is impartial to make a decision. I'm happy with the motion as it stands. I think if we are going to go ahead down this track based on the statistics that we've got from our survey, then it's sensible to include that information in the motion, which we've done. And I don't see us being able to stay separate from everybody else if everybody else is doing it. I think we're going to, by default, end up in this situation anyway, which is why I moved the motion with the amendment. That's not really good. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I was going to ask for an amendment, but the pointless exercise because everyone has spoken to the debate. So I think I will close debate. Therefore, I will put the motion as it reads, moved by Councillor Roundtree and seconded by Councillor Arthur. Those in favour of the motion, please. Councillors Arthur, Roundtree and Simmons. Those against? Councillors Kwong, Taylor, Hill, Land, Lang and Yench. The motion is lost. Asking the governance officers where to review the mark. So, you hear that? There's a flow chart, councillors, in the agenda, is that right? It's in the agenda. So to reflect that, if councillors wish to go further forward, and I point out at the moment now we've got no position. Say to the minister, actually. We say nothing. We say nothing. So we're to refrain from making a decision, councillors, because if we make that decision, we're not doing it. Or the formal process, it will be formal consultation and the community council's community consultation processes would be to proceed with a community consultation in a formal sense. The minutes that could reflect that is that council proceed to community consultation in regard to whether this region should be a GM or non-GM crop area. Based on the minister's criteria. We had that point. So that we don't We cannot make a decision on anything else. So we had initial community consultation, which is what the decision we based today based on. Council, sorry, Taylor, and then Lang, sorry. Right, Council.
Through you, Mason.
Question on.
Yes, can I ask if the consultation will go out to every resident in the district this time?
Well, it did last time, but anyway.
No, I didn't.
No, it was not on the platform. Tracy.
We just need to make a distinction about whether we'd be sending it to every resident or every primary producer in the region, because the consultation has been to primary producers or food-based industries, not necessarily every resident.
Through you, Mason. I'm on primary production land. I didn't receive anything.
So, yeah, then, to you, man. It was on social media, it was in our web pages, and on our mailing list from the LAP mailing list. So we don't have every primary producer's personal email address, but as councillors would have been aware, and I suppose councillors, as I would have expected you to be pointing your residents to and your constituents, that it was available on the website and on the Facebook page.
And there was some written submission.
And there was some written submissions based on that.
So Councillor Lang is next in questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now that COVID situation has been reduced significantly, I think, in South Australia, can we get out and speak to the community at a number of locations? TTEP.
You can at any stage you like, Councillor.
Sorry?
Can whenever you like, and I just would note that this process has to be finished by the end of September. Councillor Yench.
A similar question, Mr. Mayor. I do believe this information should be going out to all residents, but making it very clear that it is those who, I think, if we have a consultation that is done by a public meetings aspect, we are then able to invite the general community. The general community have a right to put their views in a public forum, and also to hear the views of the rural people or those within industry that this affects. But everybody has a stake in this. And I really think of the government, as I said, have handed us poison chalice because they've restricted the manner in which this can be dealt with.
So Councillor, we're not going to back in debate on.
I know, but the point
we're in questions, and
therefore we need to do a form of public consultation.
So
that is inclusive.
The dilemma we face is within the criteria or the limitations the minister's put upon us. And that's the debate perhaps around whether we need to have a public meetings per se, given we are in some form of COVID process. So that's where the public meeting lead us to a piece of concern. So,
Tracy, have you got the minister's dot points that he will only, which is the framework and for his consideration?
Yeah.
Could you read them out, please?
So the key requirements for an application to the minister include relate to risks to marketing and trade only, do not include matters of human health or environmental impacts, as these are managed under Commonwealth legislation, demonstrate that stakeholders in the area are currently receiving a marketing or trade advantage as a result of being a no GM food crop area, and show evidence of market and trade advantages, including any price premiums that could not be achieved without being declared a no GM food crop area.
question.
Yeah, on that statement, it's interesting because how can you prove that you don't actually have a disadvantage when you haven't tested the product? So like you don't, like for me, when I sell my product, I don't know if I would receive less if I couldn't say I was GM free. How would you know? Economic activity.
There's a word for that. Okay, I've got a proposed motion, councillor there, and I'm well aware that people who gave our deputation meeting this will take us a minute there probably. A proposed motion, there, if a councillor chooses to move it, we could proceed down in our flow chart to the formal consultation.
Also,
Councillor Bland moves and Councillor Lang seconds. With respect to Councillor Bland,
and I think that's been said.
that's been said. Councillor Lang.
Similar.
Any other councillor wish to add to that? Speak to it, for or against it?
How are we going to hold these formal community consultations? I say there now, like, you won't do the meeting because of the COVID-19.
As
Let's
per,
have them on the footy article, I think.
proceed with our community consultation policy, but within the basis of the COVID restrictions. Would be the answer, councillor, which probably means not public meetings.
Well,
Means via electronic or written means.
Really, Mr. Mayor, perhaps that statement should actually reflect where it's a form of community consultation in brackets within COVID.
Yeah.
So it's very clear that we have no
So the
choice.
words you wish to add are
COVID restrictions.
Correct. That makes it.
just make one,
so you're speaking against it?
no, I'll just ask one question regarding that. You've got there, including primary producers, food producers, manufacturers. They are the people you're supposed to be conferring with, not the general public. Is that right? Under the, yeah, so it's not including, it should be.
Primarily.
Primarily.
Yeah.
The wording says must first consult with their community, including primary production.
Just quick, can I just get clarification once again? It is not the general community that's supposed to be consulted under the rules. It is the primary producers, food producers, and the manufacturing business, is it not?
Through you, Mayor, it can be broader, but if you're a resident of Town Bend, it would be difficult to mount an argument that your livelihood is based economically on GM being lifted in South Australia. So anybody can come along to a consultation in a sense, but there would be only that group who would be able to demonstrate either a loss or a gain because of the GM activity.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm going to trace it back. Sorry, Tracy.
I'll stand back, but we are a little bit constrained in terms of how broad the consultation can be under the guidelines set under the Genetically Modified Crops Management Act. And it's quite prescriptive that who we consult with, how we consult, and also bearing in mind our own community consultation policy. So although we may want to have large public forums about it, that may not be within the confines of what we're being asked to do. So just bear that in mind also.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to add to the debate before Councillor Bland to close it before the words change again?
I'm just waiting to finish so I can.
Certainly.
Just a comment I made, that is,
Comment and should be a question.
question by
Question. Otherwise, we're back in the debate. Trying to wait for the moving.
In brackets within COVID-19 restrictions.
So, Councillor, you close debate? So I'm just going to read that out so everyone's clear. So the council proceed with formal community consultation in accordance with the Genetically Modified Crops Management Act guidelines and within COVID-19 restrictions in regard to whether this council area should be a genetically modified or non-genetically modified crop area. Thank you, councillors. I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour? Those against? So it's carried 8-1 with Councillor Harper voting against that motion. Thank you. Thank you for that. 36, right. Thank you for that. Right. Move to item 2, local roads and community infrastructure. Councillor Taylor.
I'd like an amendment, please,
Yeah, to what?
for, yes.
Which item?
This item.
Well, I haven't got there. You would like to, this is in relation to item 2, is that right?
Yes.
Item 2 is local road and community infrastructure program grant. This does include the skate park extension. You would like to amend or make, you would like to move a motion that's different to the recommendation.
I want to amend it.
Or you're moving a motion, you do it.
Yes.
You've got the floor at the moment.
I would like to amend it to the skate park to 150,000 and the netball courts to 165,000. Everything else remain as is.
Okay. Ashley, how are we going with it? Councillor Kwong, you are seconding. Councillor Taylor, you wish to speak to your motion?
Certainly. I would like to say that I have, here's one I prepared earlier. The population, so I've only got the 2016 census data to go on, and the population from Meningie then was 1,118, 295 families, 222 aged between 0 and 19. For Tail and Bend in the same census, there was 1665 population with 468 families and 352 between the ages of 0 and 19. Tail and Bend has a train play park designed for young children. There is very little, apart from sport, available to older kids, which includes football, netball, basketball, golf. I propose the Meningie skate park receives 150,000, which gives it a good opportunity to raise the rest. It's a limitless amount, depending on which option it goes for, through other open grant opportunities, of which there are bound to be quite a number. Anything more than 150,000, in my opinion, is excessive when data offering proof of concept has not been provided. So I would have liked to have seen numbers of people who would use the skate park. I think 150,000 in this round is generous and is certainly most of the way there. Also bear in mind that skate parks by their very nature are graffiti magnets. And before you jump on me, I am actually very pro graffiti. I suggest that there is a purpose-built graffiti wall created within the skate park complex for those spray can maniacs to use to get their artwork up there. You could also hold a graffiti competition so that the artist putting forward the winning choice of artwork is given small grant materials, etc., to create the art. This then could start a artwork trail around Meningie. Other reasons include Meningie could be a tourism mecca. It's far enough away from Adelaide to be just far enough for a weekend break and for a second home or shack. I completely disagree that Meningie has nothing to do for kids. There is a lake there, and very soon a jetty. It has a sailing club, it has a motorbike club, it has a gun club, and the lake itself is ideal for flat surface canoeing with waves, which makes it challenging yet safer than canoeing at sea or in the surf. Meningie also has direct access to beaches within a short driving distance. Tail and Bend, on the other hand, could be a true service town which services the district. Tail and Bend is 60 minutes from the toll gate and is ripe for promotion as an affordable living location. We can encourage and sell Tail and Bend as a growth town of the future, but we need more than small children's play park with rusting fences, which in some places are held together by cable ties, While the play park is excellent for travellers who stop in at the bakery, it's not enough of an attractor for families. Tailem Bend needs more than a decrepit tennis court, one of which apparently has been condemned or was condemned by the previous CEO, according to the president of the tennis club, and which they now cannot use. The whole place looks abandoned, has weeds and grass, and is far from appealing. The tennis club are willing, able, and want to relocate to the sporting hub at the football oval. Giving them access to multi-purpose courts, the netball courts, would solve this problem and get them more exposure. It's my view the netball club should receive 165,000 for their multi-purpose courts. This will allow the netball club to host and operate what is a very successful club, which is a large number of players coming in from around the district. The tennis club land can then be cleaned up and put up for sale for redevelopment into residential housing. It was rezoned clearly with this in mind. It sits in a residential zone, and now is the time to be proactive and get it on the market. At the same time, the council-owned land rezoned in the last DPA also be subdivided and put on the market as soon as possible. We need to generate some income, and the money raised from all of these land sales, albeit it could take some time to sell, but that can be repurposed then for other projects in Tailem Bend and in Meningie. It should also be noted that the whole of the land for the sporting hub is council-owned. So there was a comment made, I think, last council meeting.
10 seconds, Councillor.
Last council meeting that the netball club is privately owned. Actually, it sits on council land, and I'd like to see the netball club dig up the court and take it with them should they decide to.
Just to finish. 5 minutes is beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautifully up. Councillor Corman is the second. You want to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Taylor couldn't have spoken any better, I thought, which is exactly the way I feel. And I'm completely supportive of what she's just said. And I have a little bit of reservation to point 3 on there because we're creating another asset, and we should be maintaining the existing assets we've got. Because this is all about sustainability, and until we can build up our rate base number of people that live here, we will put pressure to increase our rates to generate the money to maintain. So that's why I'm totally supportive of going this way. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Roundtree. Councillor Jens will be after you.
I would just like to see the words after 95,000 on point 2 for precinct. I noticed in the document we talk about there being leftover funds from the previous grant. Can we just put in there 95,000 plus 105k left over, just so it's clear in the minutes, because all the rest of this seems to disappear. If it's in the minutes that it was going to be the 95.
You need to be careful, Councillor, it's a totally different program. I'd be very careful. I know what you're trying to say, but I'd be very careful in saying.
And I won't say. I'd take your advice there.
Councillor Yes and Councillor Blair.
Mr. Mayor, I have an amendment.
Yes, thank you. It is, Councillor, sorry. Yes, please, yes.
Firstly, with my amendment, a query to the CEO, please. The netball club required how much? I think it was 240.
Yeah, 230.
230. Yeah, 230. Therefore, my amendment is that the Tailem Bend Netball Club get the 230. The Meningie Skate Park get their 300. That Lake Inverwarra drop off. Mountain Pool Precinct drop off, and whatever slippage is between the roads upgrade on Hill Street and the Coorong Trail comes out of there to balance the book. Now the reason being,
a little bit better than that, Councillor.
Well,
I need a split of what you've got. You've spent 530 of 750.
530 of 750. There's still the Coorong Trail and the roads upgrade for Hill Street and Tailem Bend. So I would like them to be balanced into the remaining money in that equitable manner. The reason for putting Meningie Skate Park up as the 300 for the word go, they need that critical mass to get going now. If you do not allow them to get the project up and running, it will stall and it will go on for years. The same with the Tame Bed netball courts. The previous 2 rounds of the drought money, $740,000 went out in the second round to 3 communities at the other end of the district. We have to balance it out.
Councillor, what I'm going to do is, on advice of the government officer, I'm going to decline your amendment at this stage and invite a meeting for shadow amendment, which is not normal, of course. But if the motion fails, to move a separate motion, it's substantially at variance in the Act. Problem I'm having here reading this at the moment, I believe it's probably too far in variance of the Act. The intent of the motion of the amendment is not an amendment that should not be accepted. It's not an amendment. Direct negative of the motion.
Well, I disagree, Mr. Mayor, because it still has 4 of the major components. And it's only dropped 2 out.
Mr. Mayor, we already agreed at the last meeting about those 6.
The purpose of an amendment is to refine or modify the substantive motion, not to substantially change the intent of the motion or to contradict it. So, in my view, substantially changes the intent. And I'll stand on that. I'll deem you to have not spoke to this motion, even though you foreshadowed an amendment which I've now disallowed. Councillor Bland, sorry.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry.
So the minute will reflect that I disallowed that proposed amendment. Councillor Bland.
yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, a question. I'm not speaking to the motion. A question in relation to the stats that Councillor Taylor has made some disparaging remarks about in relation to youth. I'd like to make the statement that Meningie is further 50 k's from Tailem Bend and services a wider district than that. The CEO previously presented some stats. My question is, do you have those stats available? I'm sorry for putting you on short notice of that because they stepped up better than what was stated. Some of the facts that were stated in the 5-minute conversation that Councillor Taylor presented about safe lake areas for young people to go is really a little bit sadly misleading in that some of that stuff is not safe for juniors up until mid-teens to be utilised in some of those areas. The potential for this district is huge. If you're going to run that argument, then you need to run it on the majority of those projects, including the pool, including Lake Indoora. You cannot single out one project and do that. That is my question. Why are we singling out one project and not the rest?
I would make the point about the criteria of this process is that if council puts in up to half of the process, we have a longer time to fund the rest. And I made this point before that we can fund the rest by council's budget process next year by seeking alternative grants, and if council reads the report in relation to the skate park in India, I think we've already lodged a submission for an application. Thank you for $100,000 for that process. In a majority of those processes there, 1, 2, 3, 4, none of the allocated funding there, potentially perhaps number 2, Maplethorpe, would fully fund those facilities. And that's acknowledged in the initial writing of this report. But as we discussed in the workshop, you would have the opportunity to go on building on those funds, bequeathments or selling of land or whatever, and that might spurn on some other decision making. I am just checking where I'm at. I have a motion moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Coleman. Which, councillor Bland, you still haven't spoken? Yes. Yes.
And therefore, how does council see guaranteeing that we will borrow the money? It's very good to make statements about what we might do, but I want to know how will we do, or how will we do, ensuring that these projects are actually finished, whether it be through grants that may or may not be received, or whether it will be through guarantee that this council will borrow into the future to finish some of these.
You're asking me the question.
It's a question, yes, and I am asking.
Yeah. So in each of these cases, and I'd point this out,
I would also
the total project foreshadow amendment is 240 or 50,000. Lake Indawara was always more than 90,000 in the indicative costings. I don't treat any of those three projects any different. I would simply put in front of the community the opportunity to raise funds and enhance their projects. I don't believe that just because this pot of money might be allocated a certain way means it's the be all and end all how we fund them.
My question was, will we guarantee that we will find some support to ensure that these projects are funded?
It's not for us. Sorry, it's up to this chamber to guarantee all the things sometimes. Yeah, so I know. Counts. I hope you got a question. Yeah.
So this is, through Mr. Mayor, are we able to amend the motion to include a second part, which is that the council agrees, agrees to take out a loan to fund the second part of the Meningie Skate Park? Can that be part of this motion or a separate motion? So that we provide some guarantee that we will more money towards it.
We do budget for.
I think it's more about a critical mass issue that there is no point half doing something.
Sure. So I have got two councillors moved. You're asking a question.
I'm asking, I just don't understand the process.
Well,
how does that work?
If the mover and seconder were to accept your proposal in relation to the skate park, it would be an out of budget process, but the chamber can always, as Councillor Bland alluded to, are we guaranteeing, can always do that if that's what they wish. First quarter review. So at the moment, their motion says the skate park at 150,000. So if the mover and seconder were to be of the view that council would also borrow up to an additional 150,000, I'd use those words, up to an additional, because you might receive grants in the meantime. That would be, I would think, is that substantively different? My question. Addition. So that's an amendment, or is that with the permission of the mover and seconder, please? Variation. So it's the mover and seconder, they are not.
No, so
The mover's not, so that doesn't pass the seconder. That makes that simple.
Mr. Mayor,
You're going to speak to something, you're going to ask a question.
I'll ask a couple of questions. First of all, in the project considerations for the Tarleton Network, not a CDC asset. It is. So in other words, so all the land that sporting bodies are on, which the council have got parent control of, and lease from the Crown, and then sublease to these sporting bodies are not council's asset.
That's what you mean. The land is council asset or under our current control, but the actual physical structures on it
Okay, no
belong
worries.
to the sporting body or whoever.
That also, the community skate park in Meningie is not a community asset, a CDC asset,
That's what you mean.
because it's on the football ground, which is leased ground.
No, that part of it will be back to council, similar to the playground.
Okay, I just want to get this right because everything, right, Lake Indawara, not a CDC, even though it's leased. Okay. I'm a bit perplexed here that we can even look at, say, the community skate park for $300,000 or $500,000 when there's not funding there. We've got how long to
to spend this money. It's 12 months, isn't it?
12 months or possibly 2 years, depending on the makeup.
Sorry?
12 months or 2 years,
12 months
depending
or
on the
2 years.
makeup.
So why are we rushing through saying, you know, we're saying that we're going to spend $300,000 on a $500,000 job at the community skate parks and then you know, $500,000. They've got to find out to get $100,000. We should not be even saying we will fund that to $200,000 until they can come to us with showing us that they've got the $100,000. Now, we are doing the work for them by putting into the on some mines that we have put in for the $100,000 funding for the community wellbeing resilience grant. But if they're lucky in getting that, well, then we can readdress and say, right, we can put the $200,000 in. But we can't put $200,000 in now for a project that may have to get half finished. You've got to, you know, we've got to have some continuance in what we're doing here. And I'd just like to make the comment, you know, I think the comments under Lake Indawara is bloody insulting to the community of Tindanara and the work that they put into that lake. And to be treated like that is just unbelievable.
Yes.
So, Councillor, I'll take your last comments first. Those comments were brought directly from the submission that came to Council from that group for the funding for the drought funding. So those issues were actually outlined by the writer of that request to say that the DAs haven't been done, the EPA hasn't is back to Council. So that was that we didn't make that up in a sense. That has come directly from that submission from the Tindanara.
Which was $185,000.
Yes, but those comments and that they drew their attention to that when they lodged that submission for the drought funding back in February. So those comments aren't not us deciding we need them, they were there. In terms of the other comments, there is a huge difference between the Tailem-Bed netball courts, which is on council land but is subleased. So any assets that are physically built there are at the discretion of the club that has the lease on that arrangement. The community skate park at Meningie is a council asset. It's not the community raising the money to build the asset. So it's not a matter of saying if they raise the money, we will help them. This is council saying to the community, we are going to build a skate park there. And this is what it will cost us. The community has been very gracious and come back and said, we will then support that asset, but we're building the ancillary things around it, like the barbecues and the, by adding to the feature, but the asset itself belongs to council. There's a very different structure from a financial perspective of council-owned assets and assets that belong in the community, such as the Tailem-Bed netball courts, the Lake Indawara are the two on here, that we can give some money. I would caution giving 100%, and I have no view one way or the other, but if you give 100% to a community group, there is no leverage for them to then find their own funding for that. So you are setting a precedent in the community about how we fund assets that aren't councils. And there are differences in terms of the Canalpin Pool and the Community Skate Park, council assets, Lake Indawara, Tailem-Bed netball courts. And so when I suggested this breakup, I was trying to treat the two projects that weren't council similarly and treat the council assets in a similar way. So there is a distinction from a financial perspective and long-term expectation of who has responsibility for these assets.
And at the same time, when we look at these things, you know, Tailem-Bed Netball Club have never put in an application to the Office of Rec and Sport for grants, which, you know, are open every 12 months. Yet we'll help sponsor it. You've got Peak, who didn't get one, but they've gone ahead and done it. We had some money up, it was supposed to be $40,000, $50,000 going to be spent on the playground up there, but because I've done some work, we'll take that and put it somewhere else. We haven't helped those sort of assets. And, you know, that's why I'm just worried about these that go ahead with, you know, it's too quick for me. You know, is 300,000 going to get you a decent skate park? I looked at a couple on the week, over the week when I was there. I went to Victor Harbour and looked at their setup there. I think there was about 700,000, 800,000, there was 2 people there. A beautiful Sunday morning, 10:30.
And the one at Kingsgate, as I said, will put them that cost funding event for the best skate park on the island because it's the only one.
Have you finished, councillor?
Yeah. Yeah. So I just think you're just getting ahead of it.
Councillors, I'm just going to advise you, the benefit of that. I've only got 3 councillors that haven't spoken to it, and I advise that only in terms of amendment. If those 3 were of that view, there's a recommendation that varies it by taking, what is the recommendation? Sorry, takes 50,000 from the skate park off what I call the officer's recommendation, the netball courts. I'm ready for you, Councillor Hill, just hang on. So that's still the motion I've got in front of me. Councillor Hill, you wish to speak to this one?
Yes, please. Question through you to the CEO.
Question, or are you speaking? I'll be real clear on this.
A question.
Right, thank you.
If there's a strategic reason for suggesting particular allocations against the projects, can they be made clear at the time of the allocations so that we understand? Maybe there's some logic here that we're not familiar with. Yeah, so I find it very difficult to get my head around some of these things because we heard Tony Passenger saying there will probably be more money coming, and I find it difficult to go, let's just give everyone a little bit, and hopefully we can come up with the rest some other time. And so, if there's a strategic reason, I would like to be able to know.
So, I'm going to enter the debate myself, am I? I'm going to inform the meeting that I will be voting against the Councillor Taylor's motion at present, and I would look forward to supporting a motion around the original recommendation. That's all you can't do anything, but I'm going to tell you that's just so everyone's clear on where I see this process. I am now looking, Councillor Hill, you can speak for or against this now if you've asked a question, but that's why I'm just making that statement for what it's worth. Councillor Taylor will close debate. Sorry, I've got Councillor Taylor who will close debate. I didn't see your arm, Councillor. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Jerome, look at what he's saying. You don't see me. Just there.
You're not in the tangerine. Sorry, Councillor Taylor. I trust it's a question.
I was going to speak actually on the
I think I'll think this. I know this is a question. You haven't spoken.
No.
Okay, sorry. Councillor Bland can speak for or against the presentation.
I will speak against this motion, Mr. Mayor. I find moving money around, and as the CEO has spoken about, whether it is a council asset or not, it makes no difference from a council perspective about where that money moves if it supports the communities. What I do find difficult about this one is that we will not gain a huge amount in terms of assets, economic opportunity, and looking after the physical and mental health of the youth, other than in a large area that has opportunity even without our district. The further south or east we go, there are less opportunities. So I think that to do that isolates our communities if we do not stick with the original motion.
The original motion is Councillor Taylor's motion at the moment.
I apologise for the first motion.
As recommendation, you may say.
The recommendation.
I might foreshadow that if this debate ever finishes, I'm going to have a 5 or 10 minute break. Councillor Taylor, please. You close debate.
The reason that it's moved to 150 instead of 200,000 is to actually, because the 200,000 from the skate park, and therefore they still have to raise 100,000. If you give them the goal of 150,000, they've got 2 years to do it potentially, instead of trying to raise 100,000 in a year. So they've still got the 2 years. They're then given an extra year in order to raise the extra money. None of the projects actually are fully funded. They are all going to have to see their own grant funding. But also, when it comes down to the statistics, well, I'm sorry, but you can take that up with the Australian Bureau of Statistics, because this is directly from them for Meningie and for Taylor Bend. If you want to argue about the number of outside residents increasing families coming into Taylor Bend, let's also include Wellington East, which then substantially raises the population as well. So, while you can't look at it in complete isolation because there are families coming in, I agree, but there are also families coming in and use the facilities at Taylor Bend. This is, I don't know how many shots the netball club have had, and it is a way of getting the sporting hub on the map so that they can go forward and get further grant funding. Instead, this is trying to look at all of the projects and fund them in such a way that they've got a tangible bucket of cash to go forward and get an extended bucket of cash on the back of it. By giving the skate park a reduction to 150, it gives them an extra year. That's the reason for doing it. Thank you.
You've closed debate, councillor. So, move councillor Taylor, second councillor Baldwin, the council support the delivery, and you can read it there. Is all councillors clear on what they're voting on? It's not the amendment.
We highlight the one that's not the amendment. Very clear. We're voting on.
Just get rid of the amendment. So as you see it on my screen, I hope you see the same screen as me. Everyone's clear. You're voting for it, you vote for that one. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? That's councillors Bowman, Arthur, Roundtree and Taylor. And those against? Councillors Lang, Yanch, Land and Hill, and myself, Councillor Simmons. The motion is lost. I will accept another motion on this because that was lost. Yes.
I would like my opportunity now for my amendment that failed to move that as a motion, please.
So, can you outline that, please?
Exactly as the motion, as the amendment that wasn't accepted. Now it is acceptable as a motion.
You're moving. That Councillor Ling will be the second. That the Taylor Bend Netball Courts received 230,000. The Meningie Skate Park receives 300,000. Could you please tell me between the balance of the last 120,000, 230, sorry, between either Lake Murray Coorong Trail and the road up to Taylor Bend?
To remove it from the Murray Coorong Trail, to remove the amount that is excessive there. Whilst that's being
So that's a 190,000 for road upgrades in Taylor Bend. Why just doing? You should never do arithmetic on the run.
Shouldn't.
So that's why I'm asking you.
There we are, I've been saying. Mr. Mayor, speaking for.
So you're happy for Murray Coorong Trail to be. A figure. Councillor Ling is the second, if you can speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I understand where this is all going. I understand what the councillors like. Less funding for some of these projects so that communities are able to generate it themselves. We have a time delay problem. If you're going to wait 12 months, 2 years before some of these projects get up because they pull the funds, many of the people that we're targeting at the moment for the benefit of this will not be in the community potentially. and it's now that they need it, not when they're older. Each of those projects is particularly worthy, and that is top 2. The communities have not received any significant funds for sporting or recreation out of the last 2 rounds of the drought recovery money. It has been very beneficial to other areas of the district, and every community needs a fight. I accept that they are large sums of money, but projects need to be started and finished, and as Mr. Patton has stated, there is potentially more coming when these other projects will get up. But you can't, in all fairness to the community, say we're going to pull some from this grant and some from the next. No, we need to clean them up now whilst the money is available. Particularly tough times are coming for our communities because of the virus and the way it's going to affect us economically, particularly this council with the monies that we generate. We have very few shots at this to give the communities something to run with and hope for some time to come. And that's what I believe this motion will do.
Thank you. Councillor Ling, with respect to it.
Just say thank you.
Okay, councillors, there's a motion. Councillor Hill,
I'll speak to the motion.
you can speak to the motion if you wish. You can do whatever you like.
I will support Councillor Yetch's motion. There are a number of reasons. Is that I find it very difficult because when there's a pot of money put up, that if we end up with the Oprah Winfrey approach of you get a car, you get a car, you get a car, you get half a car. All right. So we do have to look at things on their merit and on needs basis. However, I do have a problem with just taking a pure population approach because Tamarama will get the lion's share every time. We have to be fair to all the communities, regardless of their population, based on need. As we said, there are other grants likely to be out there, lots of money from Commonwealth government and grants from state government, and there will be opportunities for some of those other projects that miss out. We also have our community vision plan coming up, and so there's the opportunity then to perhaps take on Councillor Taylor's comments about walls with graffiti and things like that as part of the community vision plan. So yeah, I do support this motion.
Okay. Good. Anyone else? Councillor Lee, you're going to speak for or against? What are you going to do?
I'm going to speak against. I just find it hard when they bring up, oh, we didn't get a share for the last one. The mayor, like Councillor Jens was throwing $18,000 into Benny out of the last. I just think that we're probably getting ahead of ourselves by going straight away. I definitely think the Murray Valley Trail could be left aside for a while. Why do we keep persevering with that? Let's find out if they're working. You talk to people that live down that road, overlook it. They don't see anybody on it. We spend a lot of money on it. As far as Meningie State Park, they come along with an idea, we give them the money. Why don't they get and raise some money and then come and ask for it, like most other towns do? The road upgrade split, I agree with that. Let's try and get them in the road. But the one thing that really annoys me is drought funding and all that. We haven't put anything into any rural situation here. Pick the rural road and put 4 k's of bitumen down. And 65% of our roads come from the rural ratepayer. That's just a comment I want to make. And
thank you. Thank you. So once again, I'll assist everyone's decision, not assist the planners indicating I'll be voting against. Councillor, do you want to speak, Councillor? I'll close the vote. You're closing the vote?
I will. I just want to say
something.
Certainly. Yes, there was 260 odd, above that 700. But the money was not spent on sport or recreation. I believe the only money we had spent on sport and recreation in the Creek first, 100, that $1 million was 23 or 25,000 for the Sustainable Creek Club. So this community have missed out. I'm not saying they've missed out on roads infrastructure and that sort of thing, but from a sports and recreation point of view, they have missed out with the funding, as has Meningie. Peak did exceptionally well. I'm not talking about the numbers of the people, but Peak did exceptionally well. Titanara did with exceptionally well with their netball and their golf club. The Canalton Pool, absolutely. But that's council infrastructure. We're going to ask the community there to suddenly go cap in hand around and raise money to fix their own pool that we own. No, it's not right. Whilst we have an opportunity and the resources that come in to do this, we should be doing these big projects that we cannot normally afford. We can afford to do this now with those four. And we should have the courage to give all the communities a fair bite. Equitable is not based on population. Equitable is based on access. Those communities deserve the money to be spent.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillor.
Question.
Yeah. Debates. We're closed, councillor.
Sorry.
Point of order. Might be just a debate is basically closed. No, I'm going to declare it closed, sorry. Sorry.
Regional process.
You have a point of order that's been a little bit different, quickly.
Regional process. Could you please tell me what the next step will be should this motion get up or fail to get up?
I would invite the chamber to propose another motion. I think someone's indicated
I'm ensuring
a middle ground in this debate.
I'm just sorry.
I'm going to finish the debate first. I'll still won't guarantee you that. The motion made by Councillor Gensch, seconded by Councillor Lang. Sorry, you're seeing a very active democratic process. Too active. Sorry. Those voting for the motion, put your hand up, please. Councillors Lang, Gensch, Hill, and Glance. That team's around with knowing. Those voting against this motion, Councillors Taylor, Roundtree, Arthur, and Qualman, and Simmons. That is also lost. I will invite a further motion. Sorry, and I may have indicated, and I've been seeking advice of whether I can run a motion, which we believe I cannot. I'm going to take
Mr. Mayor, can I make this table for further consultation, because we didn't really have much consultation.
Because I've already got it out. So, Councillor Roundtree.
I would like to move the original recommendation from staff as written.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Roundtree. You want to?
No, I don't want to speak to it. I think we've said enough, but I think we've gone backwards and forwards. We're running out of
the original motion. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I
I think we have discussed this a lot. Lots of valid points floating around the room. I think staff have probably, with the CEO, arrived at this point after an arduous process. We seem to have exhausted all other avenues, so I think this leaves us with this option, and let's do this one.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Ban, you want to speak to the, well, you've seconded.
I will reserve my right.
Any other councillor wish to speak to this department?
Mr. Mayor, can I just make a comment?
Will you be speaking for or against the councillor? I'm probably
Because,
want to have a comment now, I'm sorry.
Subject to the ability to fund the rest of these projects. You've got a $300,000 project, you're going into $200,000. Council must first of all get consolidated evidence that that $100,000 is there to be done, and it must have a time period on it. You can't let it go on forever.
So, Councillor, we've got 12 months in this process. Yeah, but I'm aware of that, and it would be interesting to know whether if a project is withdrawn, whether we can submit another one. Couldn't tell you that off the top of my head. We're running sorry on our memory. You may be able to put a different one in if one fell over for whatever reason. Councillors, where are we? Sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Mr. Mayor, the document states that the Taylor Bay netball course is $230. I'd like to ask the, $230,000. I'd like to ask the CEO how they're going to raise the rest of the funding.
So, for you, Mayor, this is an opportunity, and we've spoken with the Star Club person as well as the netball court people that they can use the 115,000 that comes from council as leverage as grants become available. So 115,000 in terms of leverage, which means they could probably do 50-50. And if we fix up the land tenure for them, they've got those two solid pieces of information that generally form the basis of any grant. So as grants become available now, we will, it's similar to the community wellbeing one, we will help them write that particular grant and be put in a letter of support. And so generally, if those three things line up, the grant is successful.
Any further people adding to the debate? You're not going to close because you didn't move. You're pretty close.
I reserve my right.
Yes.
My question is around, for any of these here, when we ensure that somewhere in writing is that we review at the third quarter, sorry, second.
We can review at each of the quarters. So depending on the progress of each project, we would then come back to you if, say for example, the community skate park in Menindee, that we were unsuccessful for that 1,000 paid, we would come back to council and say, we have the 200,000 as per your discussion around the budget, that you were willing to accept a certain level of debt. Of course, this financial year, do you want to use that facility to finish this project? So we will be that type of conversation. Or if we think that there's another grant where we would have an opportunity, do you want us to go ahead and find another grant? So this is not, I think one of the councillors mentioned, this is not something we have to finish tomorrow. We can have time to find the grants that we can slot in to finish these projects over the next 12 months. So we have, which is unusual, we have some time up our sleeve. It's not like the drought funding where we have to get the project done and finished within a 6-month period. We have got some luxury of time here to get the best deal, whether it's another grant, the utilisation of debt, that's probably the two that are open to us at the moment, to utilise what's the best to get the project finished.
You happy? Councillor, where am I? Round three. I've got no other councillor. Are you happy to close debate? Thank you, councillor. So you're actually back to what was the original recommendation in your agenda. So is everyone clear on what that said? 115 time in netball courts, 95 in out and pool, 200,000 Menindee skate park, 90,000 Lake Inverloch, 110,000 for the Murray Curran Pro Stage 1 and Hill Street Taylor and Bend 140,000. Everyone clear? For the motion, all those in favour? Those against? So, the against are easier for me, Ashley. Councillors Yench and Arthur are against, and all the other councillors were in favour of that motion. I declare that one carried. Thank you. We're going to have a 10-minute break, please.
She was.
I need a copy.
You're the transcript.
Put it out.
See you later.
We have item 3, Coorong District Local Action Plan Terms of Reference. Someone prepared to move the recommendation, Councillors Lang and Arthur. Councillor Lang.
I support the action, obviously, and I would offer my resignation from the formal act at this stage.
Adding that as point 10. You're resigning from formal lap or this lap? Yeah.
Or the current lap.
Current lap, so you retiring, might be a better word, Councillor?
Retiring.
No, so item 10 of that is just a Councillor Lang wishes to retire from the committee.
Not just.
And we doesn't. We're going to need nominations and let's just deal with one thing at a time. Councillor Arthur.
Can I just ask one question? I agree with Peter, but it says formally re-established. We've never got rid of the previous one. And where the terms of reference are slightly different to what was presented to the meeting in February 2018, the new terms of reference. But we've never actually got rid of the old committee, so it's just not re-establishing a committee, you just start, just change the terms of reference, really. Would that be a fair comment?
We need specific motions of council to set up a committee. So if it was the very first time, we would say establish. I'm not sure what other wording we would put because we're changing membership, we're changing quite a few things and updating, so we're just re-establishing it. We can change the word if you like.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not sure.
It's just upgrading the terms of reference.
Questions?
Yes.
In relation to point 3, council resolves presiding members shall be appointed by the current district council.
Committee will elect its own chair, is what it says. Sorry, mate.
Just being very clear about that. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Mayor, can I have a point of clarification, please? In asking questions, are we supposed to be raising our hands or what's the procedure?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
I don't really know. My trouble is that today, particularly, you're behind that screen a little bit. We've debated how we can sync that screen a bit.
We can do that.
Sorry.
Yeah, away you go.
Question through to the CEO. What is the result to the Director of Community Corporate Development? What's the procedure for nominating a new person onto this committee?
The Mayor.
In relation to nomination membership of this committee, nominations shall be sought by the Mayor. Should the number of nominations exceed the number of vacancies, these shall be taken with rules set around the voting process. should more than 3 councillors nominate. Yeah, it should be more than 2, because only 1 councillor is being asked to be on this committee in this terms of reference. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, go on, councillor Taylor.
I'd like to nominate councillor Roundtree.
To this committee. So, take as a foreshadow, because I really think you need to accept the recommendation first before we do that process. Just be a separate motion. Assuming this one gets up, otherwise you haven't got a committee. We've got a committee that's changed. Anyone else wish to speak to the recommendation, which I think we've just taken Councillor Ling has not only moved it, but he's also indicated he's retiring. So I think we'll just leave that as a separate line item, please, Anthony. Yeah, not in the motion, I'm told. Don't need it, but just it will be if it's after this councillor Ling has indicated he's retiring from the committee. Where are we? Councillor Ling's in.
Sorry?
You're closing the debate.
We're closing it.
Thank you. Okay. Good. Right. Enough of the muckery. Oh, recommendation is as it is written. All those in favour? As against, that's carried unanimously. So we need 1 elected member. I am a ex officio on this one, in my position, the mayor is. So I'll call for nominations for.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order. You need to accept Councillor Ling's retirement first. Otherwise, you have to have an election.
I don't know if I do.
Previous committee has been extended.
The purpose of the debate, Councillor Long, the minute can read, I hope, that Councillor Ling indicated he is retiring from this committee. We thank him for his service. There you go. Does that work, councillor? That satisfy the point of order?
Yeah, councillor notes that.
Councillor knows that's in the minute. Where was I? Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to put a motion to nominate councillor Roundtree as the council member for this committee.
We need seconders for nominations, councillor. No, we need seconders for nominations. One of the oldest.
So, put up for annual nominations and then we have to go through the voting process.
Yeah, you're missing my point. We need a seconder for a nomination.
I'll second that. If there's a second. Yes.
Councillor Roundtree, you.
I'll second it.
Oh, thank you. Taylor, Councillors Taylor and Hill are nominating Councillor Roundtree. And for councillors that aren't here, Councillor Roundtree is on the Marylands, Riverlands.
Landscape.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, no, and thankfully you.
Sorry, which is a question I was going to ask. Is there a conflict of interest? I agree, Councillor Roundtree, from the business side, etc. It's most appropriate on this committee. Would there be considered conflict of interest?
Through Mr. Mayor, from my perspective, I did consider that, but I actually think that this could be useful for the landscape board to actually have this direct connect in to this group to feed back information to landscape. So I sort of thought, well, it's not really a conflict in as much as I think it's actually could be beneficial to deal at those meetings to have access to what's happening in this group to feed in through to landscape.
The decision is totally yours. I would think that given there's no financial, this committee cannot commit money. Councillor Lamb.
In following just up on that point, I'm not worried about the knowledge base. I think that works very well. I'm more worried that when you're in a landscape at a meeting, whether they would see it as a conflict should you not be able to vote. And then we'll have to remove yourself from a voting process if you were looking at something specifically.
Well,
that's my question.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I'm happy to ask them Thursday.
Subject to confirmation.
Subject to clarification.
I think the other point would be, the best I know, is you have one more than I think you are. You are not in the board you serve on.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy.
You're not in the. You don't live or reside at land in the Marylands, Riverlands Landscape Board, do you?
Yeah, I think I do that. then that's good. Where do I have it? Which board? Limestone.
Tracy, sorry.
No, just a quick comment, just to bear in mind, as we have over the years applied for quite a lot of grant funding to Natural Resources SA, Murray Darling Basin, and we've got quite a good relationship with the staff there. Yeah, in terms of your position on the board, whether you have voted on any of that. Yes.
Could be an issue.
Well, I don't know if it's an issue, it's probably something you consider your role.
Councillors Taylor, will you be subject to the landscape orders?
Well, it doesn't have to be
Consent.
pointed out, is it? There's no hurry
No.
till we get our committee.
Well, we've got our committee. I'm just looking at the two move and second, it's just subject to that landscape order consent.
To clarification.
Vice Chairman, can I please ask the people to put their hand up?
Yeah,
What did you mean by that?
so the issue being raised is Councillor Roundtree would be on a board which may be deciding on funds to be sent to a LAP project of this council. So in a normal process, that would be, she probably wasn't part of that debate. What we're simply saying is, with the mover and seconder's permission, would you just subject to the landscape board's consent, as in the presiding member might feel that it would be, but it wouldn't, then we could come back at the next meeting and deal with it then, I would think. That's what I'm trying to say. But I'm looking at you and Councillor Hill, because you are the mover and the seconder. How are we going, Ashley?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, failing that if it is perceived to be a conflict, then do we need to nominate now someone
No.
else and do that next time?
No, deal with it next time. Please don't. Yes.
Just in relation to the conflict, which is like local government's conflict, yours may well be an actual or a perceived, which means you can still vote. It would be a material. Where you're getting personal gain, etc. So if it's an actual or a perceived conflict, you would declare that and then still declare that you'll still vote. If it's the same as.
It'll be interesting to see how that board works in this area already, so early. Right, I actually called for more nominations. You want to nominate someone else?
Well, this is another idea, someone who might be interested. Although it's like
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'll be interested if.
Yeah, all right, so we'll take us to a vote today, it's not very straightforward about this. If you want to nominate someone, we'll vote on it.
no, I'm going to just wait for this.
Okay. Oh, what do we do then? So you declined to nominate someone else. Is there any other nominations? There being none, I think I can just declare, we have to confirm it by motion. So we're going to vote that the council's nomination to our own local action plan committee be Councillor Roundtree, subject to the consent of the Murray Lands Riverland local landscape board. Sorry. Everyone clear? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
speak, please.
Sorry.
Obviously, there's hands being missed here, so therefore we're having to speak so that you see us. Just wondering whether, I'm not sure the answer to this, but I have this problem sitting here and I put my hand up. So therefore, I am one that does ask you for your attention.
No, that's all right. Yeah, well, yeah.
Which possibly.
What I've actually found quite interesting. So we seem to have got a bit sort of, I don't know, this sort of structural change. Yeah, structural.
We need a light system on the table.
Well, we need it. You've got a car, so you've. But I have trouble with Councillor Taylor's got where the screen is with me, and we're not in a tangerine, so that's.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I know, but all right, do better. I think you're telling me.
Well, no, I take Councillor Taylor's point. And if people are speaking out, it's partly because you're unable to see it
Okay,
at times.
thank you. Am I right to go to item 11, council policies? This is the election of Councillor X. It was Councillors
Taylor.
Taylor and Hill, I believe. Very good.
I started.
So we're taking, yeah, they are moving now, they've moved.
No, I started with moving. I said,
Yeah, no,
I
no.
present the motion.
So what I would like, perhaps, Deb, my benefit is the clarification around these processes of nominations and seconding of nominations in any community meeting is often fraught with disagreement, including this one. But it's been confirmed by motion, so it's fine. Number 11, council policies, rating policy review. Don't rush on. The sun is going down. Move councillor Arthur, seconded councillor Ling. Is there any debate around this policy?
Makes sense.
You are closing debate, councillor? All those in favour? Those against, it's carried unanimously. Motor vehicle policy, number 2, please.
Move that one, isn't it?
Councillor Arthur's moving. Councillor Hill, are you seconding or questioning? Oh, very good, seconding. Around that, any discussion around that policy, councillor Roundtree?
Yeah, so on 3.3, it says all business travel for council vehicles is to be entered into the logbook by any employee other than the allocated driver. Didn't make sense to me.
Didn't make sense to me.
Well,
Anybody who's driving can't
I'd say-
enter into a logbook.
If I could paraphrase, if the vehicle is one of the pool vehicles, everyone puts a logbook in. The vehicle is allocated to an employee, but it's being used by a different employee on that day, that's when they would enter in the logbook.
It doesn't read that way.
I know it doesn't read that way, but that's the way I think it's intended to. Probably
Yeah, I
needs to be
just, that
tidied
was
up a
like,
little bit.
sorry, I can't put in the logbook because I was driving.
So we might, we will put into the, we don't have definitions here. We'll tidy that up a little bit so it's clear.
Are you happy? Just tidy that up and there'll be an email sent out to just say what tidy up was, councillor?
Sure.
We're still taking it with.
I have another question for you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Does the heading on the vehicle allowance allocation and replacement schedule, does the heading maximum purchase cost refer to the amount added onto staff members' contracts per year, or contracts in general, 5-year contract, whatever, in lieu of having a car? So it wasn't clear to me that the maximum purchase cost, when we're not purchasing anything, because you wouldn't get a car for $20,000 for the CEO.
So once again,
So
that's
that
probably
was
just
very
reinterpreted this. Yeah, because I know how it says it's the way it reads. It just needs to be sort of a little black line around the 2 separate categories there, I think you're quite right.
So is 20,000 per annum added onto a contract, not per annum where it says PA, or is it to the contract in total? So at the end it says CEO 20,000 PA.
So currently the directors and myself have a car allowance.
Yeah.
This is for going forward in terms of any future contracts. This is with industry standards, so it's the allowance instead of a car.
And is that paid per annum on the yearly amount or for the contract?
It's paid per annum as per the contract.
Okay, so if it was a 5-year contract, it would be 100,000.
As per the contract.
As per the contract, right?
In addition to the contract.
It just said maximum purchase cost, and I didn't understand.
Yeah, it does, yeah, that's it.
We did 2 columns and we combined them.
Combine them, it is a little bit. Interesting.
I've just got a couple of questions.
Yes.
Mobile phones are provided with all vehicles and must be returned at the time of returning the vehicles. We have special phones just for the cars.
Through Mr. Mayor. That's as part of our service review, so we're not giving mobile phones to staff that don't actually need them. So they're with a vehicle, the WHS. So whenever anyone gets in there, whether it's a records officer going out to the record shed, that person has a phone, where that person doesn't actually need a phone every other day. It's just when they're with the vehicle. So it's part of a cost saving and it's part of the service review.
So Taylor's next then. You got?
Yes.
Trouble just scratch.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Through you, Mayor. Going back to that table of vehicle allocation and allowances. Point 4 is managers, coordinators, officers. Tool of trade. Vehicle max cost 35,000. It's not 35,000. Then it gets up to 100,000, and then it's another 35,000. What is that?
Through you, Mayor.
Yes.
So 35,000 is what we consider to be a reasonable vehicle to be spent on that. The contract for vehicles is generally, and they correctly, but usually 3, 4, 5 years, depending on what we want in terms of the lease, if we lease them. Then, as per most asset management plans, once you hit 100,000, you have a look at the condition of the vehicle. It's a trigger to decide then, does the car need replacement? Is it still fit for purpose? Do you give it back? Do you buy a new vehicle? So it's a trigger point that is fairly well accepted about where you review the replacement of the vehicle.
So how many vehicles are we looking at?
We currently have 3 pool vehicles. We have, so the cars you see out there, there's 3 pool vehicles.
Three, Mr. Mayor. We have 3 admin vehicles for the lease. And I will need to bring up the schedule, but we have around about 17 outside vehicles. But I will bring that same up.
Follow up on Councillor Taylor's.
Councillor Ling.
Mine was a question as well, Chair. Seeking clarification on Councillor Arthur's point about the mobile phone. Good point, which I also picked up on. Can Deb clarify, when you book out a car, the lottery only required to know who was getting the car. Have you altered the format of that to include now the phone number of the mobile phone that should be implemented?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That would all be part of the booking out process. So it's not only keys, it's phone. It's when the phone's brought back, it needs to be charged. There's a whole process to ensure that that works. And reporting if the phone's not working. So it's often, historically, I've found sometimes if it's a full vehicle or a full mobile phone, no one takes ownership of whether it's working, charged, or whatnot. So we've got a whole process around ensuring that, isn't it?
And I just thought it was important that if you're issuing a phone, you need to know which phone is going to be with that car at all times.
That's right. It'll be one number for that car.
Thank you.
Councillor Bland.
Just under point 4, managers, coordinators, officers, as a part of the tools of trade or other usage, is there, how many vehicles or how many officers or managers actually have a car, and are they all picked up from here now?
The vehicles, David's just looking it up, I believe, but there's well, he's a general inspector because that's a definite tool of trade vehicle.
Steve, James, Dean, Brady Yates.
There's 4 with him. 4 within the office, and then grader utes. Grader vehicles for the grader drivers to get to the graders.
Councillor, I think your question's around which vehicles are part of either community use or private use as well package. And there's, as best I understand it, some vehicles in business that are part of an employee's package at the state, and that's why it says if negotiated as part of an employment agreement, there's a general process this council is moving away from that. That's what I think you're saying.
Yeah.
So there's actually 4 or 5. If you actually look at this process, there are 4 or 5 different classes or categories from the CEO's car all the way through to the gardener's ute at different levels. I think it'd be fair to say that we're moving away from private use of any motor vehicles now.
So you mean we have some contracts that will be difficult to renegotiate, but we're certainly starting that process. As you know from my contract down, It's an allowance, not about the car itself.
So that's why it says, you know, if negotiated as part of the agreement, I think that's why it's left in that form at this stage. The direction we want to go on that way. Well,
Mr Mayor, I've just got one other question.
yeah, but you've got to wait for Councillor Taylor.
I'm sorry.
Through you, Mayor Simmons. So how many, following on from Councillor Bland there, how many of those contracts still exist? And is there a likelihood the council cannot negotiate those vehicles out of their contract?
We're getting into a sticky area, councillors, but
Through
in a broad sense.
Staff contracts are staff contracts. Generally, they're not renegotiated at any time during the period of the contract. That's not to say that once we have a policy like this in place, we will get some legal opinion about whether we go back to those staff members and flag that we may want to renegotiate the contract. It depends on the terms of the contract. So we have some contracts that are probably more solid than others in this particular area. So each of them will be treated basically as an individual contract, and we'll have a look at them. There may be a point where we can't, and so they will be grandfathered under this policy, and but there'll be no new ones in that similar vein.
Councillor Arthur.
Just,
Councillor Hill, you've been waving at me.
Just 7.4, council recognises that motor vehicles are a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in Australia and will ensure fuel type and consumption is scrutinised heavily before making any purchase. I would hope that selecting the right vehicle for the job would be a priority, not that statement.
It would be part of the decision-making process, Councillor.
So you don't want a Corolla to be a road, is what you're saying, councillor?
It doesn't say anywhere in there that, you know, priority is for the best vehicle for the job.
Through you, Mr Mayor, this is a no overarching policy statement. So we're declaring that we'll turn our mind to that.
Feel good.
Okay, we nearly there.
Close.
Oh, we are there.
Great stuff.
Thank you, councillors. So I think, council, we accept that there's some tidying up of the way we view some things, but not any substantive change in that. So it's a bit into delineated lines and the like. If we get that confirmed by email. And done, please.
Should the motion be
As amended. As amended, assessor. Put the motion. All those in favour? Those against, that's carried unanimously. Number 3, order making policy. Councillor Roundtree, are you moving?
Yes, I'm moving.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, seconding. You're right.
No.
Any discussion around this? It's a requirement.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 3.1 on page 140, I find this a bit of a broad statement. It says unsighted conditional land, section 254. And if you read through it, councillors, it sort of reminds us of the two ugly structures on each end of Canal. So, you know, where's this fit?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Can I just add to that, please, that I think at the very least we should be asking for the sign diner to come down so that people don't think that it's a food place.
Right, so the question, you have to take on, well aware of this. Doesn't come into this category, I know what you're saying, councillor.
Yeah, just call me on, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, I saw that.
The tracks are definitely from the amenity of the locality.
Yes.
We are there. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Councillor Taylor.
Question, Mayor Simmons, where it says section 254, is that section 254 of the Act?
Page 3 of 16. So 3 of 6, 3.4.
3.1, 3.2. It says section 254, section 254.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm reading anyway. Is everyone happy yet?
Is that section 2? the local government act or what?
Where a person is using a caravan or vehicle as a place of habitation. Oh yeah, I see. It's in the other place, right? It's all over the place. Yes.
So where it says unsightly condition of land, does that section have any definitions in it? Because what's unsightly to, one business is going to argue, well, it's not unsightly to me. And somebody else is going to argue, well, it's extremely unsightly to us.
Probably need to seek a further position from our building.
We can meet through your Mayor, but recent advice was that, as you say, overly is sometimes the eye of the beholder, but generally it's around whether there is any safety issues. There's also pest and vermin issues. You would be, as a general standard in the community, basically they wouldn't become fully unsightly. If it was a burnt down shell of a building, but it is a subjective call.
Really, Mr. Mayor, if there were 25 cars in the front yard, none with wheels on, a few couches, rats, etc.
Start with this end, Councillor Qualman.
Thank you. I'd just like to say again what I'm trying to say. This is a very good statement. It says unsightly condition, and to me, it's unsightly. End of argument.
And it detracts from the town.
So this is a policy discussion, not an exacting the end of this project. Perhaps we will be advised of how the decision was made around what the version of the word unsightly is. Send that out of session. That's what I think we're getting to. Councillor Taylor.
So I'm still on 3.1. When we've got the unsightly bit here, I mean, there are requirements, for example, in planning, where a property must be in keeping, let's say, with surroundings, etc., etc. So someone who goes out having bought the property and paints it bright yellow, it could be unsightly to one and not unsightly to the owner. So it's just a very broad. I know it's almost impossible to pin it down, but if this is a policy of council, this is the stick that you've wielded, isn't it, to go to a member of the public and say, I'm sorry, but you can't have it bright yellow. So it just seems to be extraordinarily broad, really, to be a catch-all. Could it be tightened up?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this actually, I'm quite pleased to say, is one of LGA's templates that's been passed through the lawyers for a long time and hasn't changed, really. So it's not my wording, which I'm kind of pleased to say.
I didn't think it was.
The state policy is overarching statement, not drilling down to not yellow. That's more procedural. So this is the overarching statement that directs us to section 254, which is about orders. This is about the making of orders. So it's not about the rules behind that, if that makes sense. It's about the making of orders.
Yeah.
That's what this policy is about.
Councillor Lang.
Sorry, Councillor Inch was the former secretary.
That's all right. Sorry. I'm not too, unsure.
That's right, isn't it? Yeah.
Unsure of this particular point, whether it was there prior to or has been included, because we're trying to incorporate the Nuisance and Litter Act. And under the Nuisance and Litter Act, I believe, it actually refers to residential premises, not commercial premises. Maybe we need clarification.
This is in relation to the making of orders. So this is under the Local Government Act, section 254, which lists about order making. So this is referring to 254 of the Local Government Act, not the local nuisance in that 3.1.
In my opinion, it should be, the two need to be worked together. Making that determination. I agree we're going ahead with making policy on
supporters. But with that statement, it needs to be linked in with the Nuisance and Litter Act, in my opinion. Not just under the LGA, because it is very loose. You've got that new act that needs to be incorporated.
You seek further advice, Councillor? It's just the making of the order, not the effect of the order. Councillor Yench.
Look, an example of this sort of problems in Taylor, East Terrace, there's a house there being used as a homemade scrapyard, and the neighbours tend not to say anything, and other people don't. But it is unfortunate because there's a lot of material kept on roadsides and trailers, etc. So things do need to be followed up the correct way. So,
And some people who we feel may be stretching the law are very good at understanding the law themselves. Councillor Hill.
It's very easy to get things mixed up when we're talking about this sort of thing, but there's policy and procedure. This is a policy. The procedure is what you do and how you do it. So this is just about going, this gives the council power to then go and enforce their procedures. So you can't mix up the two.
Beautifully succinct question. I'm hoping to move to second. We're happy to close the debate over that. Councillor Roundtree, you're the one that's solved.
Yes, please.
Okay, councillors, I'm going to put this as a policy. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Naming of roads and public places policy. Number 4, please. Recommendation, Councillor Ling.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'll move this policy be adjourned to a later meeting subject to workshopping. I found a number of anomalies, some of which are discriminatory, and the wording needs to be changed. We need to have better recognition for our traditional owners, and we can't make comments about Blacks Road.
What page you on?
page 4 of it.
If you want me to.
Where it says.
Any comments, if you wish, I'll go through them.
Just sorry, you're moving that we.
I'm happy to second that to me.
So this is a full motion. We know the meeting is coming back. What action would you like, councillor, to be adjourned to a meeting or a workshop? We can't adjourn to a workshop, it's not a meeting.
If, Councillor Lang, if that, we can change, we were trying to show the apostrophe mark rather than any particular reference to anything. So you could say Bridges Road, or we can change that if that's what the.
That was one of the points, but you make no reference at all to the Geographical Names Act, which sets down standards for using Indigenous names of the local area. We have a problem at the moment brewing with the name of Nunamina, which was definitely not from the area, not even from South Australia. And some of the locals are quite upset about it. So,
Yes, so, sorry. I'm trying to deal with this formal motion. Sorry, no. It's a formal motion, so it'll have to be adjourned to be, therefore be put. But I'm just trying to get the date when it's adjourned to, which is the thing we struggle with councillors. So actually, you'd like a council meeting date or a workshop to be advised. Where, unfortunately, it can't be supervised. One of the problems with this adjournment motion. This is a formal motion, councillors. I'm taking it as that. Just a couple of months, I'd say, councillor, if you would such. I believe Councillor Yench seconded. I'll take it as that. Yes. If it is a formal motion, I will take it that way. Therefore, adjourn to the formal motion I'm writing here. Adjourn to the September ordinary council meeting. Is that right, council? Everyone happy? Can't do anything more, council. I'm going to put the motion. Unless you have a very good point of order, but I really don't want it. What is the point of order? And that's all it'll be.
I have a question.
No. No, I'm going to put, this is a formal motion if we don't get questions. This is the motion be adjourned to the September, for the process of the agenda item be adjourned to the September meeting. Those in favour? Those against? It is lost. We continue lost with councillors Ling, Yench and Simmons voting to adjourn it. I continue therefore with the, and I'll start, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I
I will start with Councillor Taylor, and then Councillor Bland, and then Councillor Arthur. Try me again.
Sorry, what was the original motion? There isn't an original.
The recommendation is written in.
Yeah, so I'll support that. Original motion.
So you're moving the original motion as it is? Sorry, Councillor Bland. Your turn.
Question in relation to the $500 fee, given that I would assume the majority of this will come from the public. Why so expensive?
Right, Mr. Mayor, because there's a significant amount of resources required. Even when we just received, we should change the name to Green Road. The research, the background, it is significant. And so the $500 is based on looking around other councils. With Murray's is $750. It kind of eliminates the willy-nilly road naming requests that are sometimes received.
So my further follow-up question, Mr. Mayor, is in relation to, for example, the Unamina area, and if there was to be some recognition of the addition of Aboriginal naming in that area, or correction, that community would have to fit that bill.
No.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, they would, but we could put a motion to council that be waived in that instance.
Given that it's a whole community.
That's right. Okay. And that would probably be a recommendation without knowing much about it.
With the concerns through you, Mr. Mayor, my question, concerns that Councillor Ling has brought up, is it, would Councillor Taylor and whoever the second might be, consider adding a point that Councillor Ling provide in writing his concerns prior to the next meeting, so that they can ensure at some point they'll be addressed on behalf, particularly of the Aboriginal population, Indigenous population.
Councillor Taylor, I haven't got a seconder, but you want to take on board any of that?
It's in the policy, name sources, on page 3. It says, road and public place names from Coorong District Council may be sourced from the list below. Geographic names, Indigenous names, taken, I think it should say from the local Indigenous language, that could be expanded in that sentence. At the same time, it's just an example of a road, and therefore I recommend you just remove the example of blacks.
Yeah.
Yes.
And just pick a different example to go in policy. I think it was an inadvertent, that it was just it's a road name with an apostrophe. That's why it was included.
I'm waiting a second.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor People. So, does that assuage some of the concerns?
Mr. Mayor,
Looking carefully, I forgot you, Councillor. Yes.
it is policy. That's all we're doing is putting a policy together, which has to be followed. We don't make the decision. We present to whoever wants a name change, it comes through us, it goes through the policy, and it's done. So it's just the guidelines for doing it. We've got no say.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I beg to differ, Councillor Arthur, you do make the decision.
No, it goes to Deptide originally.
Not if it's
Or
not a
doing
deputy
this.
road,
No.
it's not a deputy road.
don't think we need to confuse. I think it's a locality name. Go to the geographical names. But don't confuse the Dickie Road from a council road from a locality name, place name. I think they're different things.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, essentially the policy is your statement that this is the considerations that are going to be taken to mind when determining a road name or the changing of a road name. And that's what we as officers base this on. This is what we provide people who are inquiring. That this is council's decision on how they want to look at road naming. Then a report will come back to you for the decision in the end. As representing constituents.
I will just have a question in relation to dealing with identified issues and numbering that are already identified within the council area. How does one deal with that now in this policy?
Mr. Mayor, the policy in relation to numbering has not changed from the previous policy because road numbering isn't actually normally a part of this policy, but at Huron Council it is. So I felt that the council wanted that in that policy, so I left it in there to provide the guidance, but I haven't changed it.
You're alluding to what the road numbering is not been completed or is wrong.
Just incorrect. There's lot numbers, road numbers, all mixed up in some areas in our own area. There is certainly a couple of examples of that. And I note this also excludes the
through the roadside addressing program that happened about 6 years ago.
Well, the roadside addressing also comes into, I know it's excluded from this by comment, but we also need to perhaps have a review of that because I'd like to see how the connection is back between roadside addressing and planning under the assumption that there's been some small or some areas where the land's been subdivided and the numbering has perhaps not been followed through. Maybe it doesn't go to the directors, doesn't get that information that there has been some land divided into, say, 3 sections, and therefore there is no number now on the roadside, an old farm, and there is an example in our area that has happened with the ambulance trying to look for it. I accept that it's not in here, but it needs to be somewhere.
Is it rural addressing or an urban addressing?
It's rural.
So if someone wishes to have a rural address, they can ask for it, is that right?
The problem is, I think 6 years ago, people never got it. They've lost the understanding of how to go about and do that. I'm just bringing it up as information.
That was a prescriptive process, the road numbering process.
Yeah, very.
And a common driveway with 3 houses, you put a name there. So you're saying that some of that hasn't.
Well, I don't think, I'm just checking on the follow through now.
Yeah, well, the follow through would be with the property. Now, council initially put that process up. So added to that sort of common driveway. Anyone else wish to add to this debate? Councillor Lang.
A number of issues I'll speak to. Firstly, Indigenous names are truncated. In other words, there's 2 or 3 words included in one word. You might take that into consideration. Also, prefixing. We've got Mount and Saint. As we're connected to the river and the river industry, I might also point out that some of our roads may be named after Palestinians, which would be prefixed PS, Palestine. There are other prefixes that might also be considered. And I really believe we need some recognition in the motion that we are in consideration of the Geographical Names Act. Because this reads as though we're totally separate from the geographical name process from the Surveyor General Office.
So, Mayor,
yeah.
If in related documents at the beginning of the policy, we put in the act that you're referring to as a reference document, that will suffice. Yeah.
Is that would then set the ground rules for using Indigenous names?
Any other, you wish, Anna? Okay. Councillor Ward. Taylor. Thank you. Well, that little addition that we just had right at the end, I put in the motion, which is a recommendation as I understand it. What is on the screen? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Who were coming for me, Councillor? Number 5, member of training and affairs development. You're moving it, Councillor Coleman. Councillor Taylor, you might be the second right of trust. Is there any discussion around this? Anyone wants to speak to it or against it, please? We've got it. Councillor? Hello?
Yeah.
Thank you, Harry. Votes cast. I put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Number 6, roadside call and timber collection policy. There is 2 recommendations. Councillor Roundtree is the first on my eye. What are you doing, Councillor?
I would like to move with a slight amendment, the motion to adopt the roadside call and timber collection policy. I think there was some interesting pieces of information that were brought up in the review. I think that an increase to ratepayers of unintentionally breaching the NBC was an issue. Staffing levels do not allow for patrolling, so that issue and the potential risk of someone starting a fire whilst cutting wood are all relevant points to make. So perhaps in the motion, if we added in as number 2, review the appropriateness of the policy in 12 months.
You're adopting the first line, which is we do not adopt the policy, or the second line?
Second one. With an addition.
So your addition is to review the policy in 12 months.
Yeah, I think obviously there are some things that are concerned with the policy, and I don't think we always got answers to those questions that were raised or those issues that were raised. And so perhaps if we look at just limiting it for 12 months, when we have some more information about how it will work.
So you want to review it earlier than July 2023?
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Question?
You could have a quick.
Sorry.
No, it's your call.
Question regarding, just clarification as to what included fee of $25 in council schedule fees of the roadside call and timber collection authorisation. Can you just explain that? $25 paid by.
If a person wants to collect timber, they have to make an application. It's not that you can just wander on the road. Collect timber.
They need to apply to collect timber.
I'll second the
So what
motion.
happens, let's say council worker passes someone on the road collecting timber.
If that was me, through Mr. Mayor, I would ask to see them permit.
Okay.
And have done that.
So I had a second of being Councillor Arthur, but I'm going to go to Councillor
Actually, I was
Councillor
gonna
Yent.
I was going to second. It's all right, it's done.
Can I just explain our other councils who have this policy and do this work?
Because you're on the other seconder, Councillor Yent's in order, but you've seconded my second. So that's yes, Councillor.
So I can.
You can.
Okay.
Because you're the seconder, I don't give you opportunity to speak.
It is normally done online. You apply for a permit online. You pay the $25. You have to be a resident, ratepayer. You have to put your rate notice in. You have terms and conditions, which have to be read and accepted. And you also have to provide to the council a copy of your household insurance, which covers your public liabilities. You are given, you ask for a particular area to cut, and you were given that cut. It lasts for 1 month only. So you have 1 month to go and cut in that area. They inspect it, sometimes they don't inspect it. Probably the only problem we have got in our council area is for many, many years we've been going to do the native vegetation process for the whole of the Coorong Council area, but it has fallen by the wayside every 4 or 5 years ago, we could have done for nothing. So a lot of the other councils have got an area, and there are areas where you can't go in, you're barred from going in. They check every now and then, and it's worked well. Grant councils have going for 10 years. And it helps the farmer be able to control weeds and vermin on the side of the road. It picks up the wood, which is a fire hazard. And at the present moment, like down our way, with the winds this year, there's a lot of big gums down on the road and limbs. So all the farmers, not had one farmer that's not in agreements with it, because it's one of the things that they sometimes make you to do. They've probably got enough in their own place to worry about. But you must be a resident or a ratepayer.
Three. Question. I do believe we actually do have a roadside vegetation policy that was created maybe even as far back as your time. It was
always worried in my time.
early in my time.
So I'm looking at the director. Have we got a policy at the moment in this area?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have a policy. It was a policy that was prepared, management plan, roadside vegetation management plan. It was a plan that was developed quite a few years ago, but in consultation with the Native Vegetation Council, that is a plan that's still current. We also operate under the guidelines from the Native Vegetation Council, but where we refer back to our plan, it's where it relates to specifics regarding our area. The other thing I can advise you is that the region, Murray Valley, Murray Riverland Local Government Association, they're looking at doing a regional plan. Even as early as within the next month, we are, as a region, having a presentation from the Native Vegetation Council. So, but we do have a plan that's current, and apart from that, we have the state roadside management guidelines that comes under Native Vegetation Council.
Yes, Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have concerns in regards to this policy. $20 million is not even a ton of wood. That was what, $140. And I've seen in areas where people have gone in and, in my own experience, given them permission to get a little, and have gone back and, oh my God. The roadside aspect, the insurance worries me dramatically. It also worries me from the point of view, you've got people moving through some areas that you don't know. There is the potential for dumping of rubbish, which I only experienced yet again this morning. With people leaving things, they go out with a full trailer and they come back with a full trailer. So look, I would be happier if we were to leave this delay on the table until after the LGA aspect has been covered off and see what's coming up out here regionally. Consistent approach is far better. As far as removing timber, if we're not careful, we'll let someone go in, or we'll tell them they shouldn't be cutting down X part of their road. But they'll go in and do it, and now it's verbal, whatever, they'll say that they had permission. It can create a lot of tension to people who show up, particularly with some landowners who aren't happy.
Did I just clarify?
No. Councillor Taylor.
Through your map, it says roadside fallen timber, as in roadside fallen timber.
Yes.
So this is not, permission to go in and hack off the trees in the, isn't it? So I just want clarification that this policy refers just to roadside fallen timber.
Councillor Arthur.
Yes, you're only allowed to cut fallen timber and you are not allowed to cut high timber because it is a hiding place for animals like foxes and rabbits. But it's a local, so any high timber you're not allowed to cut, but only fallen timber that is fallen. And it's, the policy does not permit the cutting of live timber or the cutting down and removal of any tree, attached branch, irrespective of whether the tree or the attached branch is living or dead. So nothing except what's fallen down. And I might add that they also have a period, like as soon as you're probably not allowed to start until they've declared the fire season finished, and they only have a 5-month period, so maybe from April to September.
Okay. Councillor, round 3, we close.
That's right.
So it is slightly amended, one of the two options there, which is with the review in 12 months' time. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? It's carried. With councillors Yench and Simmons voting against it. The rest of them are no. Sorry, councillor, two. Where are we? Number 12, section 41, Lieutenant Award, Councillor Coleman. Whatever we need to move there, but I'm going to move up to the thing. Councillor Hill, you were seconding that. This is the proceed of those discussion. You done with the motion? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Yes. Tintinara Community Gymnasium Committee, minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of November. Councillor Arthur. Councillor Taylor, any discussion around that, councillors? There being none, I put the motion. All those in favour? Those against, that's carried unanimously. Move to number 13, Community and Corporate, section 270, annual review, internal review of council decisions. Number 1. There's a recommendation there. Councillor Arthur. Moves. Councillor Roundtree seconds. Is there any discussion around that recommendation? Being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. Number 2, transition to new South Australian planning system. Councillors, you're moving that way. The recommendation, Councillor Roundtree. Councillor Lynn is the seconder. Any discussion around that process?
Just one question. With the regional planning body, is that sort of starting to be looked at yet?
No, the advice is that we implement it first and then we start focusing on these regional opportunities.
Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against, that's carried unanimously. The draft long-term financial plan, item 3. Sorry, councillors, and we're letting Judy's joined us on one side. And Rex Mooney is Can I attempt to join us on the Zoom, Mathon? There's two ways to do this. We can have a discussion, or we can have the recommendation up and then discuss it. Councillor Roundtree is your first arm. No, I decide.
All right, I just want to make the motion.
You want to move the recommendation? Councillor Taylor, you're going to second the recommendation?
I would have moved it, actually.
Go ahead and went on the knee.
I'm happy to second if you want to put Councillor Taylor down.
Hi, everybody. My camera's on the blink, so you can hear me, but you can't see me.
Thank you, Rex. Rex, we've had a long meeting.
Yeah, I've been following you on YouTube.
You got anything to add to the recommendation, which I have a mover and a seconder, please, Rex? I'm taking it, Rex. You A, can't hear me, and B, you have nothing to say about this. So I'm taking it that he indicated he had nothing particular. He was only open to questions. Councillors, have you got any questions? He's still here. Am I taking it we've got no questions around this motion?
Well, I'd like to ask a couple. I'd like to know how we can decrease our operating expenses by 1% per annum. First up, when you're going to have a wage increase every year. So the only thing you're going to be reducing there is your services, or you're not going to build roads or something like that. Can you explain otherwise?
So they are options, but they're not the options that we're looking at. We're looking at continuing to examine our operating expenses more in the light of the email I sent to you around the telecommunications. Every time a contract becomes due, we're looking at the best deals. We know that some of our contracts are old. They were right for their time probably 3 or 4, 5 years ago, but you can still get better deals for them now. So we're starting to look at our operating costs in terms of contracts we have. We're also looking at, in David's area, whether it's about the use of contractors or local staff. So all of those things will come under the spotlight. So there is no intention on my part, unless I have direction from council, to reduce service delivery standards. We have a road budget that's already in place, so we're not reducing anything that's in a budget item at this stage. So not even at this stage, we're just not reducing budget items because they're in the budget and I'd have to come back to council for that anyway. So it's about examining our processes and seeing if we're doing it in the most efficient way.
We've used the same depreciation figure for many, many years. Now, unfortunately, due to ASIC doing all this work for us and them not being able to ever present to us, how do we know that the figures that we're using are there are correct? Because, you know, like, we cannot even get the cost of our major machinery, you know, the running cost of our major machinery.
So through you, correct, Councillor. There's a lot more work still to do underneath in terms of our long-term financial plan, in terms of building the spreadsheet, if you like, with the information from ASIC, which is about the AMP, which is about, and I'll use, for example, the building of footpaths because that's come up in the past. In our long-term financial plan, we should have all of those things that we know as a district we need to do over time. Petaling Road's another one. We know that in 2, 3, 4 years' time, it'll be identified in the AMP. We may have to either give it a birthday and stretch it for another couple of years or do a complete rebuild. So each of those asset types and the depreciation will then start to change as we get better data into it. It will definitely change.
But how long is that going to take? You know, like,
well,
it's been happening for 2 or 3 years now. We still don't get the answer.
Can I assist with some commentary here?
Yes, please.
Thanks. Yeah. Hi, Councillor Arthur. Good to see you again.
I can't. Sorry.
No, sorry, my camera's broken, so you're just going to have to take it that I am here and I'm talking to you. Look, I just refer you to section 6 of the long-term financial plan. And that may cover off on some of the things that you're talking about there, but it refers to future iterations of the long-term financial plan. And so, you know, the plan's based on the data that's currently on hand. The following actions will be undertaken in the near future as part of the comprehensive review to undertaken of Council's suite of strategic management plans. 10-year renewal program will be revised and updated. 10-year renewal programs will be identified for those classes of assets that don't already have them. And this is one that you're talking about. The assumptions that underpin the depreciation calculation will be reviewed. A review will be taken of Council's asset register data, and the above reviews will ensure that asset renewal data is consistent with the data used to calculate depreciation. So I know that that's an ongoing activity that David's always working on with Ascetic, but as well as that, it's something that's been built into the audit committee work program, and it's also something that's going to occur as part of the review of your suite of strategic management plans. So hopefully that's sort of might set your mind at rest about the concerns you're raising.
Well, these things have been talked about before, Rex, but never come to fruition.
Yeah, no, that's right. And I think it's the first time you've probably actually seen it embedded into a plan. And so this plan you've got is based on the work that's been undertaken so far. But I mean, I know I've seen reports from Ascetic where they've done presentations to council and explained the asset data and the renewal programs and the various work that they've undertaken. But yeah, it definitely needs to be undertaken and further refined. But we can only prepare the plan based on what information we've got at the moment, and then identify areas that need to be improved in due course. And you recall too, in the financial strategy section, we've also built into that this plan will be updated on at least an annual basis, or whenever material changes are made that are going to impact on our financial position. So the thing is, this is the plan as it sits today, but these are the things that will be undertaken in the future to further improve the robustness of the plan and address the issues that you're referring to.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions to Rex? Being none. Still around for this closing. Sorry, Councillor here.
Oh, it's just a technical thing. I don't know if it's just the conversion to PDF, but there are some formatting problems with the draft, like hint, reduction, and assumptions. So yeah.
You may, mine doesn't have that, but David's does, so we're not too sure what happened.
Yeah. It may just be the conversion.
Yeah.
Councillor Taylor.
I'd just like to thank the staff and for putting this together. It's really short, it's concise, it gives a really good position, and it's going to be easy to adapt and change as we move through the years, depending on circumstances. I'm really pleased to see it's in good shape.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roundtree will close the vote. Thank you. So, the recommendation is as it reads, as I understand. Yep, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thanks, Rex.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. See ya.
Here's the camera, please.
Carried unanimously. We now move to number 14, infrastructure and assets report. Number 1, our community program extension phase 1 budget variation. Thanks, Judy. Councillor Bland. Remove the recommendation. I've got past it and back and forth. No. Is there a second? Councillor Hill, I hope that's the second. Council endorses the additional expenditure of 68,868 for the Taylor Main Street Ceiling Project, acknowledging that this exceeds Council's original resolution delegating authority to the CBO to amend project at 10%. Councillor Taylor.
Through you, Mayor, a substantial overrun on the project. Do we have any explanation as to why it's gone over by so much?
We have. The reasoning behind this over budget variation is outlined as follows. David, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, as you know, the process with designing and building the project was limited with a short period of time. In the works that we've done as part of the estimation of the project, there were some things that we weren't able to identify. So they were things that became apparent through the construction of the project, which is identified in these 4 dot points here. Primarily, we had geometry issues where to be able to get the water to flow, we had to lower the road greater than what we initially had estimated. And the additional material that we had to bring in based on the fact that the existing material wasn't suitable as the subbase for the road.
Thank you. So the way I understand this process is that we can move money to cover this from underspend monies as in IA5, but council itself would have to fund that $13,000 from last year's consolidated road power funds. Is that road budget? That's where it comes from. Councillor Taylor, you continue.
So through you, Mayor, I'd like to know what's going to be put in place. And it's always, I know, it's always difficult to work in every single contingency and risk into the project. However, now that some lessons learned for this project, what's going to be put in place for future estimation so that the likelihood of this happening again is reduced?
So we can, generally there are contingencies in budgetary processes. There is always a risk when you implement projects of this size in a very short period of time that the high level costings won't match detailed design. And then you run into issues around it. So I can say that we will try to minimise the risk by being very tight in our projects, but I can't say to you that this will never happen again. In fact, I would probably assure you that it will happen again on a major project of this size and in the timeframes that we had.
Sorry, no, yes, David.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I might add to what Bridget had to say. Normally in a road construction project, the first thing that you would do would be getting a geotechnical survey done on the road. That there gives you the information about what you're dealing with and what and how you need to design the road. Given the time limitations that we had for this project, we weren't able to get that done, and once again we had to make some assumptions. So that is a step that would normally happen in a normal road construction project.
Thank you, David. And remembering that we also changed the roads. We had the original quotes for 3 roads in Town Bend, and then there was a motion of council that we change one of those roads to a different one. So we had to go back to the contractor. This was quite a to-ing and fro-ing discussion with the contractors who, in the end, it was quite tight from their perspective, but as David said, it also wasn't what we expected in terms of the what's the word for that, David? In terms of the base.
Councillor Taylor still.
With respect, so we've got some lessons learned here in front of us. Still after what's going to, it's difficult to do some of these things without the budget in place in order to do the geotechnical. But what is the council going to put in place to reduce this risk? I know that risks are bound to mature and often far more excessive than originally planned for. But this is occurred. Therefore, how are we going to mitigate that?
So there's 2 parts to this. I think there's one, obviously we need to improve those processes. The second one was, the last 18 months, we've had a considerable amount of money in addition from over a whole variety of projects, from the federal government, and some of them have come up and some of them weren't allowed to be in our long-term plan list. You remember, otherwise we may have well spent them on things that were in the short plan. So going forward into a community vision process in the next 6 months, we need to be quite clear on what we identify as a priority and be very clear on that priority so that they can start scoping those projects, grants for budgetary purposes. And unfortunately, probably this project, if you look at some of them, come in from their field a bit, partially the requirement of the funding. So that's where the difficulty perhaps come. And long discussion earlier today, but I take on board, Councillor. Yeah, some of these things are difficult. It's too muddy, it's too rocky, it's something. Councillor Lang.
Question: where does it leave our council if this motion is not passed? We owe this 68 or 69,000 or is it work that's not going to be done?
No, this was in a bid to be transparent in the motion that you put originally when the drought was on, that it was a cost over 68,000. We are at the bottom line, the bottom result is $13,067. The work has been completed. That 13,000 will come from our operating revenue.
So we've still expended the entire million, but within the variances within all the projects, and the under costs of enough of them that's helped this project.
So in $1 million project with multiple facets to it, to have a 1.3% variation is an excellent result.
Incompetent. Councillor Kwong, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just of interest to the chamber, you would be all aware that I mentioned all those streets in the pitch. Oh. And Warren Street was about the original one to be sealed, was something like roughly 100 metres longer than Pond Street. Just interesting for you to know that. So technically, Pond Street would have been quite a cheap job, and Pond Street would line out the water back. Just sort of let you know about that.
One of the water ends up where we want it to.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask why we've got 68,000 when it's all balanced out, it's only going to be 13?
What we're doing is reconciling it in the correct way for everyone.
Okay.
That's what we're just endorsing the process where it exceeded the 10% for larger projects. And we're effectively helping to wind this project up to the federal government. They're well aware of it and apparently satisfied. Anyone else? Councillor Hill, thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think as an overall result of the whole project, I think it's unfortunate that there was that overrun, but $13,000 out of $1 million project, sort of projects is small in number terms, but obviously still significant in budget terms. So I do congratulate the team for getting that done. Maybe there's a lesson in there that maybe in short-term projects, maybe a road like that might be the most appropriate spend because of those technical and engineering type problems that do come up. Just one comment.
Thank you. I think that's a fair comment. It would appear that some of them would be footpaths are probably the easiest of projects in these sort of scenarios. By the appearing of it, it would be, I think, worthy to note that the federal government and now the processes and all that, it really only allowed us 6 to 8 weeks to spend $1 million. I think in that respect, we've done tremendous stuff on getting those projects. I was in this town on the Friday prior to the end of the financial year. I've never seen so many people working on so many projects all over the town late on Friday night. Pretty lonely at the hotel. Just want to be known. Okay. I'm going to put that motion, please. All those in favour? As against? We are going to begin. It's carried unanimously. So, I really am sorry. The motion document, please, number 15, items for jumping out, Councillor Roundtree.
So organisational development
report right at the end, it's page 29 of 42 in the whole document, or page 25 of the report. I noticed that the safety system report identified gaps in the system that need better compliance. I'm told that in the past, like the local government mutual liability scheme did give council rebates for complying with their requirements, and somewhere in the order of about $100,000 could have been earned by the council if they were compliant. So does the rebate system still exist, and has the council received any rebates, and are we likely in the future if they do exist?
Really, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the rebates are still available. We have to meet a certain percentage due to COVID, which has kind of helped us. It extended it out a year. We have prioritised the percentage that we need to meet in order to get 100% rebate. Will be done.
Excellent. Fantastic. Thank you. And if I may, one more question. So on your incident type, which was actually really hard to read, can you, for some of the headings such as environment, and it's got like little people symbols next to them, is that indicating that people were injured, or there was, or what is that indicating? And it's got third party damage, security theft, vandalism, 12 near misses. What does that mean, that this is like 12 people or 12 incidences, or?
That's where you meant, we had intended to change that, but we haven't.
Oh, that's a lot of naughty people.
Yes. It was trying to highlight the number of incidents rather than the actual number of people. Some of them are near misses, some of them are actual incidents, but over the year, we're continually looking at how to change the report to make it more informative, but that's one area we still have to
appreciate that.
Just one question, David, can we still have a record of the actual Meningie Canal and Farm Big Road patrols broken down? All we've got for the first time ever, all we've got this time
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, we have had quite a bit of discussion in regards to this. We have decided to consolidate the data into the one graph. I have added another point back on the first page. The reason why there has been so much difference in between the kilometres graded from town to town, in recognition of changing priorities, works vary between each patrol grading team as a result of influencing factors including weather, industry needs, plant maintenance and staff leave. So we're constantly rotating staff from team to team, recognising those factors that I just mentioned. We have had a series of unexpected leave from staff. We've had issues with filling positions, and that has resulted in staff being moved from team to team.
Councillor Coleman.
Yeah, two questions, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. The first one is to the CEO on the 17th of July. Phone call with Carnarvon resident Boxing, got the Carnarvon civic safety upgrade. He's concerned with lots of about 4 car parking lots.
That's where you meant, yes, I did explain to Simcock after it was mentioned to me that he had some concerns about the changes that we were making at the front. It's probably true to say that we agreed to disagree at the end. We talked, and it was a very amicable conversation around the number of car parks, which is 4. We also talked about the fact that at any one time there was quite a number of vacant car parks available, but these are only car parks in front of the council, that we are trying to also dress up the amenity of the area that tie into the streetscape to make it a feature rather than some bollards, which we had struck some issues with in terms of the underground services there. And we ended on that note that I noted his concerns.
And the other question, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, to David, is stage 1 of their drought extension, and that was the workout. What happened to the playground, please?
Through Mr. Mayor, we're still working through what we're going to be doing there. The playground was removed as part of the works that were done out there. That was done without any consultation with council. And yeah, it certainly wasn't recognised as being a project that we were going to do as part of last year's capital works program. So not sure what we're going to do, but we certainly have to have some discussions in regards to where to from here.
Councillor Yench.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following on from Councillor Corman's comment in regards to the car parking up front, Mr. Simcock also spoke to me at length and expressed concerns about the loss of parks and also worrying where the potential bus stop is going to move. That was one aspect. I also spoke to the people that might attend. They were not unduly worried, but there was concern that when this material goes in, they are hoping that with the utmost respect, that councillors parking the car park over the road rather than parking in front of the business.
So you may, that's noted, and we will request staff.
And they didn't say it angrily, they just made it.
Noted.
So I'm watching you, Councillor Dan, because
I should always put something up instead.
No.
as you're happy, we're at the end of asking information document questions, if everyone's happy. Days when I wish we had an art gallery here, and today's one of them. It's been very strange without something on the walls. Coming back in August, just I find this a very strange room without something on the wall, whatever it is. I don't need any more information documents. Item 16 is confidential items, there are none. So, thank you very much, councillors, for the robust information, I believe. We're back then, actually, next virtual workshop, potentially. 28. In this building, in person. Thank you. I declare the meeting closed at 6:13.